Hello. Good morning, Kent. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
Hey, thank you. Yeah, it must be pretty late in the night, but sorry. Yeah. We will be starting the session maybe another 15 minutes. Do you want to make the presentation from there, or you want to share the screen, or you want us to play whatever you have sent?
Oh, I'd rather make it live, so I'll share my screen
Great.
when the time comes.
Great, great. Do you want to just check sharing your screen now?
I can do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me just a second, and I want to get it full screen. Let's see.
Right now, we are unable to see your slides. Yeah, you can just share your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see. Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Can you just click on a few slides so that we know that it'll go smooth? Yeah, great. Great.
Look okay? Okay.
Done. Welcome, and just will alert you when it starts.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care. Bye.
Check one.
మనకు కనిపించదు కదా
ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇలాగ సార్ ఇలాగ ఇక్కడ కొద్ది క్రాస్ కనిపిస్తుంది. అది ఏమవుతుందంటే మొత్తం వీడియోలో వాటి పిల్లలు వస్తున్నారు, ఇలా ఉన్నారంటే అందరూ వస్తారు.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to fourth day of our international conference on vegetable oils. I request all the delegates, speakers, invitees, please occupy the seats. We will be starting the session for today. I request all the delegates, please occupy the seats. Those who are outside also, please join the main auditorium. We will be starting our session within 2-3 minutes. చెప్పాలా మేడం చెప్పేది స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాను ఆల్రెడీ కదా మనం స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం.
ఓకే సార్.
Once again, I request all the delegates, please occupy the seats. We will start our session.
Good morning. Welcome to this morning session, very important session on the seed systems for oil seeds. As we have a very packed program today, without wasting any time, I would like to invite the chairperson of this session, Dr. Keshavlu Kunusot, President, International Seed Testing Association, and also the Managing Director, Telangana Seed Development Corporation, Telangana State Seed Development Corporation. Sir, please. Dr. Keshavlu is the first Asian and also the Indian to be elected as the president of this ISTA. And I would like to invite the co-chairperson, Shri M.B. Sudhakar, retired regional manager, National Seed Corporation. I would also like to invite the two rapporteurs, Dr. Jawaharlal and the Manimurgan, also to come onto the stage. Now I request the chairperson, Dr. Keshavlu sir, to conduct the meeting.
So good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the satellite symposium on seed system for oil seeds. Thanks for introduction, madam. Thanks for introducing us the our co-chair and also me. And then thanks for your good words. And I also thank our colleagues, the rapporteurs who are sitting here. Then coming to the session. So before we start this session, I think all of you have had a good participation for the past 3 days, had a good or wonderful sessions on different important topics, including the frontier sciences for crop improvement to enhance the crop yields, improved agronomy for the crop production, post-harvest management, value addition, and quality management. So these important sessions really, it gives us a good background for this session and also set the tone for this session as these crops are for enhancing the seed crop yields, that we need to have a good seed, good quality seed at the farm level. So therefore, here, in addition, so as you all know that the quality seed is important, and then which is a key constraint to enhance the oilseed crop production across the state. So the session will demonstrate the essential of the quality seed requirement to enhance the crop yields. And it also emphasizes the need for explicitly focused seed strategies to the seed systems to realize or for its the effective, responsive, and also the contribute toward the diverse seed sectors in order to make the available quality seeds. So when we look these crops, unlike the other crops, cereals, millets, pulses, and fiber crops, so these crops fall into a different category in terms of the seed production. So based on the flower type, hybridization, seed production practices, seed production requirements, seasons, and also the seed storage, and then in addition, the seed quality parameters as well. And then we need to maintain the seed quality in the oilseed crops for the longer time. And then so the many crops, again, the maintenance of the seed quality during the storage is again the difficult. So therefore, when we look at this seed sector, the oilseed seed sector, especially the groundnut and soya bean, and then we are not able to meet our seed requirement across the country. And then as of now, and then when we look at in many states, it is only 10 to 20% of the seed is being able to replace every year. So therefore, 80% of seed is being planted through the farm saved seeds, and sometimes they are old varieties and then obsolete varieties. So as a result, the crop production yields are less as compared to other crops. The crops like the mustard, sunflower, and linseed, the seed multiplication and seed production, it requires a specific season and then specific soil, Whereas the other seed crops, other oil seed crops is dependent on the profitability. Seed growers are not able to come forward to take the seed production as they are not profitable, or they are not the remunerative, they are not getting the remunerative price. So these crops are really not able to meet our seed requirements. So in addition, again, the private seed industry, which is the important seed industry, and then so for many crops in India, and then we are really the seed industry, private seed industry is doing well, and then here it is fairly well developed and then well known across the country, across the globe. Here, due to the complexity and then technical challenges in these crops, including the groundnut, the soybean, due to their voluminous and also the seed quality, and also in some of the crops like in the hybridization crops like sunflower, mustard, and also the and also the castor. So they are not coming forward. I think so many seed companies they are not coming forward for the seed multiplication. So in addition, so we need to develop our infrastructure facilities, and then we don't have the proper maintenance of the seed generation system in many crops, and also the in some of the crop the breeder seed cost is higher than the in any of the crops in these crops. So therefore, again, seed generation system is not being maintained. And then in addition, like so here, when we look the crops like the groundnut, so we need at least the 40 lakh quintals of the seed every year. But however, we are not meeting these requirements to meet to cover the cropped area. And then in addition, again, the soybean, it's one of the important crop, and then which is being always every season we used to again hear in the media and the newspapers with the farmers in the farmers front, and then the soybean quality seed is also not able to get. The reason was we need at least the 96 lakh quintals are required across the country, especially in the few states. The 4 states are the major soybean growing states. So therefore, so we need to have an effective seed system, and then which must be including the continuous development of the preferred varieties or hybrids. And also we need to come out with a strategy for the seed multiplication and distribution so that the farmer can get the quality seeds. So when we look again, as I told our Indian seed industry, I think we need to encourage the Indian seed industry to participate in the multiplication of these oil seed crops. And then when we look the Indian seed industry, we are really doing good at the global level. So the Indian seed industry, now the value of the Indian seed industry is 5.5 billion. And then it is expected to grow by 2027, 11.3 billion. So which is a huge. So therefore, I think so we have to, again, we have to make the strategy where we have to involve them into in these crop seed multiplication, and then to make available quality seed to the farmers. So therefore, we need to have a policy on the effective seed system, and then how the seed should make available at the right time, and with the quality seed here. So therefore, with these backgrounds, I would say that this symposium will cover a range of aspects of topics. To begin with the achieving effective and resilient seed systems, seed legislation, policies, and also the implication of the OECD seed multiplication and seed quality availability. And then roadmap, what would be the roadmap for us to make available quality seed, oil seed crop in the oil seed crops. And then in addition, so there is a presentation from the overview of overview of the seed industry. And then finally, there is a presentation on tree-borne oil seeds, and then which is again from the TNAU, which will be again the tree-borne oil seed multiplication, and then how it is to be done, and then what are the seed standards are required, and then how we need to make available quality seed to the farmers. So this symposium consists of, as per the schedule, so there were the one introductory presentation on the achieving effective and resilient seed system, which would be the 30 minutes or 32. Again, even he can stretch his presentation maybe 30 to 40 minutes, because we don't see one or two presentations today. And then the rest of the presentation, 3 presentation would be again 20 to 25 minutes. We will also take the responses for the questions and answers, and then as and when required, and then for sure. And then we have the time so to discuss more in detail on these topics, and then followed by the presentation. So there will be a panel discussion with the 3 expert panels, and then who are going to share their views and then way forward for the development of then how this new seed this new strategy is required for the oil seed multiplication and distribution. So with this, so I would like to invite all the speakers for the presentations. So now I would like to request the co-chair, the Sudhakar Garu, would like to give the introductory remarks, or otherwise. So I'm happy. Okay, so we will hear from him at the end of all the presentation. So thank you very much. So let's go for the presentations. So now I would like to invite Dr. Kent Bradford, distinguished professor emeritus, director emeritus, Department of Plant Sciences, again, who is also a director emeritus for the Seed Biotechnology Center from University of California, Davis, United States. So Kent, so it's a great pleasure to have on this topic, the introductory topic on achieving effective and resilient seed systems. So now the floor is yours, Kent.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak on this topic. I appreciate it, and I welcome you all to this. It's a great honor for me to be here, and I'm going to try to cover parts of this. I will not be able to cover all of the topics, as there are several other speakers that will be able to do that perfectly well. So, does that work? Can you see my slides? That working okay? I'll assume so. So let me just.
Yes, Craig.
Okay, I'm going to fix my pointer so you can see it, so you can see the pointer. Okay, so I was given this fairly large topic, but I'm going to narrow it down a little bit for my presentation. To just open the topic and follow up a little bit on what Dr. Kunisauth mentioned, this is a diagram I've borrowed from ICRISAT. They have a very nice booklet on seed systems. But of course, a seed system is a seed chain, as they noted. There's market demand. What is the product that is needed, but also what does the farmer need? So there's 2 aspects feeding in here into research and development. Developing varieties, breeding, generally is what we're talking about here. In various ways, including participatory varietal selection in cooperation with farmers. There's release of those varieties. In cases where they're in the formal system, we have stages and quality levels, producing certified seed, for example. This can be done by government organizations or seed companies, returning that seed and providing it to the farmer. So that's, I'm sure, known to you all. The other aspect that Dr. Kunisauth was mentioning is how does that really get to the farmer? And in that, again, in this same booklet, it's identified that there really are 2 systems. What's called an informal system that is farmer to farmer, so to speak, and the formal system. So the formal system is the one where we have government seed programs, we have seed companies, we have dealers and mechanisms through which farmers can buy seed. This one, as was mentioned, is more likely to be providing the results of breeding programs, more recently developed varieties and so on. Maybe those are more attuned to the market needs and so on. But we also have informal systems where farmers save their own seed. They exchange with neighbors, some of whom may specialize a bit more in growing seed and so on, local markets and other things. Their booklet here mentions this can be as much as 90% of the seed coming through this system, 10% here. Dr. Kunisov mentioned it may be 80% or so in some of your oil seeds there. So one of the issues in terms of making effective seed systems and resilient seed systems is the fraction that is of farmers that are getting their seed through these two systems. So the informal systems work at 80% of the seed may be coming from that. So it's not that they don't work. It's that, are they resilient enough? They're often fairly local. So if there are local weather problems or shortages and so on, then it becomes very difficult. Whereas in the formal system, often the seed may be grown in a more optimal location, stored, provided with transportation to bring it where it's needed in a timely fashion and so on. So throughout this whole cycle here, you have either the farmer themselves, he or she taking care of this whole system, or you have more specialized seed growers, for example, or companies being involved in making this production. So I'm going to focus today just primarily on seed production and storage, those parts that are really producing the quality seed and storing them and preparing them for delivery to the farmer or to the next step. So you'll see that there are, as was mentioned, there are many other topics on legislation and seed schemes and so on, but I'll just try to focus on these two components. So in the process of producing and maintaining high seed quality, as we mentioned, it starts generally with breeding. That is, breeders will be developing varieties that are optimal for the market. They will have moving into commercial seed production, at least in the formal seed sector. Once the seed is produced, then often there are post-harvest cleaning, conditioning, drying that I will be talking about, procedures to remove weeds, improve the quality of the seed for planting. There can be treatments or enhancements. There can be coatings, for example, chemical protectants, disease protectants, insect protectants, and so on. Seed drying and storage is very important, particularly in your climate, as we'll be discussing later. And then delivery of that to the farmers. And then this is showing these feedback arrows. I think this is very important, that there needs to be feedback then at all these steps as to, is the product meeting the demands of the customers? So we can all agree that seeds must have high genetic, physical, and physiological quality. So we have to maintain what the breeder has developed genetically. They have to be in good condition physically, meaning the purity is high, few weeds and so on. And then the physiological quality or vigor is high as well. So in all of the steps involved throughout the entire process, the end users should receive a product that is true to the genetic type of the variety, is free from diseases and weeds, and has high physiological quality and uniformity. So particularly if the interest is to move farmers from the informal system into the formal system, there has to be a high quality product for them to buy. That is, if they go to the market and they buy poor quality seed, they probably aren't going to come back. So I think the seed quality is very critical in the adoption by farmers of higher quality seeds. So to just look at what some of those quality factors might be, let's look at how quality develops in seeds. And if we look at the days after flowering or the seed maturation time course, once the seeds are starting to be made, they increase in viability. So they become germinable and that increases, but then also their vigor increases. And that usually is delayed behind the time at which they actually become able to germinate. So vigor requires more maturity. That is, you have to hold off on harvesting for vigor. And particularly in the last 20 or 30 years, it's become very evident that seed longevity, the ability to store seeds, develops at the very end of seed development. So if you want maximum storage life, the seeds need to be allowed the full time to develop. So here's the issue. If you're watching viability and you're doing seed tests and you say, well, look, they all germinated, they're all viable. They have not reached their maximum vigor. These are not going to be the best quality seeds because their vigor has not reached its maximum, and the storage life certainly not. So these are risky seeds. It's not the best time to harvest. If you wait later, now we've got the maximum vigor, we have viability. They're great right now. But if it's not the right season right now to plant and you need to store those seeds, it's still not the best time to harvest the seeds. If we wait a bit longer, now we have high vigor, high quality, and also we have the ability to store those seeds longer, which turns out to be quite important if we do not have the optimum conditions for storage. So it's very important to start in the terms of seed production in harvesting at the optimal maturity for maximum seed quality. I can illustrate this with some data on oilseed crops. It's brassica seed crops. This is actually showing cabbage, but we also did this on rapeseed, and this would work for mustard, rapes, oilseed rape, canola, those types of crops. And I said it sounded easy to just wait on this maturity, but these crops do have the issue that, as you can see, they start flowering from the bottom and move up, so that at the same time that you still can have flowers at the top, you can have mature seeds at the bottom. And this makes it very difficult to pick the optimal time for harvest. We did some work on this where we harvested different cohorts of seed at different times. We looked at their quality and so on. And so we can look at the seed moisture content, which is an indication of quality. In this region, what it's showing is that essentially water is being replaced with storage materials. Oil in this case is what we're really after, so that as the moisture content is going down, now we're getting the accumulation of the end product that you really want. Toward the end of development, then they dry very quickly, and that's the period just before that where we're developing the final bit of longevity and development, and longevity. But what you can see that particularly in that period, we're getting close to harvest here, but you see there's a big difference between those seeds that were the most mature, that were pollinated earliest, and those seeds that are less mature at the top. And so that's certainly a big issue with these types of crops. That's shown here. There's some data conducted at Wageningen University looking at chlorophyll content of seeds. And particularly these brassica seeds will lose their chlorophyll as they mature. That is, the immature seeds are kind of green looking, then you lose that green color, they turn brown. And what they've done here is taken a seed lot, this is a control seed lot, about 80% germination, and they have sorted it on the basis of their chlorophyll content. And so these down here have very high chlorophyll, and these at the top have very low chlorophyll. And so what this is showing is that as the chlorophyll content decreases, that is, they could fractionate this seed lot into this amount of lower quality seeds and so on. And as the chlorophyll content went down, the seed quality went up. So basically, this is an indication of maturity. So what this is showing is that the most mature seeds had the best quality, immature seeds had less, but this is the issue in these crops, that it's often not possible to get only a single maturity. In this case, you can see only 20% of the seeds were represented by these poorer quality ones down here. So that's quite an issue. If you compare the seed performance of these seeds versus these, as shown here, this not fully mature seeds versus the mature ones can show you the type of difference you can get all in the same seed lot. But when you can sort them out, you can tell the difference. So that's a very important factor, is starting with mature seeds. This soybeans or something, it's the same thing, but we have solved a different issue with soybeans that I can talk about now. This is actually some data on onion seeds, but it's the same thing in these brassica crops, which is we have not really fully completed the domestication of these crops, so that, as I said, the seed weight is increasing, germination percentage is increasing, moisture content is decreasing, indicating that they're maturing. The problem is that as they get more mature, they shatter, meaning that the fruits open and shed the seeds. So this is one of the first domestication traits that is eliminated when we start harvesting seed, replanting, and so on. So we don't have much shattering in wheat. We don't have much shattering in soybeans and so on, beans, because we have selected against that. But in a lot of these other crops, we have not domesticated them for sufficient time to really get rid of that. So that's the case in these crops. So you can see the issue that the harvest period here, where we can get the maximum seed quality, is just before they start falling, and therefore we're going to lose the seed yield as we go and wait. So that's a big issue. It can be solved. This is a thing from Bayer research on canola, another oilseed crop. And what they've done is they've identified mutations that will stop that shattering. That is, here's indicating down here the calyx, or the fruits that open, allow the seeds to fall out, say when the wind comes and so on. But what they've identified is certain genes that make enzymes that cause this separation, this abscission zone to develop, and allowing those fruits to open and shatter the seeds. And so if you knock those genes out, then the fruits don't abscise. That is, they're tougher, they wait. In California, when we have vegetable seed brassicas, we don't have this. The producers actually spray these fruits with glues, that is, with certain compounds that will glue those seeds together and try to hold them longer. This is really something that could be solved by breeding. It can solve by mutation breeding or by selection. And this would be a valuable trait to think about in terms of breeding for increasing seed quality and also yield. This increased canola yield 12 to 15% just by stopping this shattering. So that's a very important trait as well. So look, now we've developed seed, we've produced the best seed we can, but then what happens after that? So as you might expect, the traits that we mentioned a while ago are lost in reverse order. if you look at it, if we put those seeds in storage now, the first thing they're going to lose is their longevity, meaning you're using up the longevity that they have, because as long as we say they have some longevity, they're doing well. But then as that time passes here, now the storage life is going to become reduced. They're going to start to fall off, and they don't have as much time left. So it's time to start moving those along. But it's very difficult to see because the seeds are still germinating okay at that point. If we wait longer, now we've lost our longevity, but it's not so visible. But now, just shortly after this, the vigor is going to start going down. So if you sell these seeds now, okay, if the grower plants them now, they're going to get a pretty good product. But if they hold them a while, the vigor is going to start going down. Their ability to form a good stand with good establishment is going to go down. If we wait here, where a seed test will tell you it still looks pretty good, but in fact, once seeds start to fall off this cliff, that is, once their viability starts to go down, it becomes very steep. So in other words, had a pretty good run here, but once they start to fall, then the viability is falling fairly quickly. So the key point here is that the seed vigor, really, the quality of the seed starts declining before viability is lost. So you can't rely totally on the final viability test. You need to be monitoring how about the vigor as well. So giving a little look at this, this is exaggerated this part here a bit, but this is what you really want to try to maintain, is this high quality, high viability period. This would be our viability curve again. And back here, when they're fresh and they're good, and assuming they're not dormant, very fast, uniform germination. That's what we want. In a very short time, they germinate. They all germinate quickly, and that's very good. If they've been in storage for a while, they will have slowed down. So the seeds still germinated 100%, but they're much slower. Over here, now they're much, much slower. So this is what we mean by the loss of vigor. Vigor really is slowing down, loss of uniformity of germination. And then once that starts to go, after that, they start dying. So not only have half of these seeds not germinated, the ones that are still left are very slow as well. So there's a coordination between this. That is, the loss of quality comes with slowing down, slowing down, slowing down. Finally, they start to die. And those that are not dead yet, this represents about the midpoint, are not very good. So this is way past the point where a customer is going to be satisfied. So a key, again, is that we want to maintain as much of this plateau period as we can. We want to keep the vigor, we want to keep high viability, and we want to extend this as long as possible, because once they get close to this fall off, the seed quality is going to go down very quickly. So how do we do that? this is showing some of these viability loss curves. My predecessor, actually here at UC Davis, developed a rule that's called Harrington's rule, and it actually works pretty good. I mean, across a lot of seeds, it's a rough guide, but it's actually works pretty well across a lot of things. And what he found was that the seed longevity doubles for every 1% decrease in moisture content or every 6 degrees centigrade decrease in temperature. So that means as we dry the seeds, 1% decrease, we get a doubling in the storage life. So that's shown over here. So if we had seeds here, this was their death curve, we lowered their moisture content by 1%, we're going to double the time till we lose half the seeds, okay? And you're going to get a curve pushed over here. If we lower it 1 more %, it doubles that. So now actually are 1, 2, 3, we're 4 times. So for 1% drops in moisture content, we're 4 times longer. 3% decrease in moisture content, we're out here at 8 times longer. So this is exponential change. You get increasing benefits from reducing moisture content, and we'll deal quite a bit with that. So that's very important. It's same thing with temperature. If we were to lower the temperature, problem, of course, with temperature is you need refrigeration or you need cold storage. You need ways to do that. Moisture content, we'll talk about in a minute. Another way to think about this, which actually works, that is, we've done some work to show that the seeds behave this way, but we call this our metronome rule. And what it says is that when you harvest seeds, there's a clock that starts running. And each seed has a maximum time before it dies. That's faster or shorter depending on the moisture content or the temperature, but overall, the seeds are moving back and forth here, but they're going to have a certain number of ticks. So if we're holding these seeds at low moisture content, low temperature, their clock is ticking pretty slow. But if we put them up at high moisture content and high temperature, if they had 1,000 ticks, it's going to go by much more rapidly than this. So that's just the way to think about it. When we have them at low moisture content, low temperature, we're slowing that clock down. One of the most important things, again, I mentioned was moisture content. And here I'm going to move over to relative humidity. So the seeds' moisture content is set by the relative humidity of the air that they're in contact with. That is, the moisture in the air will go into the seed. If the humidity is higher than the equilibrium humidity of the seed, if the ambient air outside is lower, the seed will lose water. Water will evaporate into the air. So the humidity is what really sets, over a time of storage, the seed moisture content. So this is an example for pepper that I drew up at quite a warm temperature. It's not a great temperature. It's too warm to store seeds. But if you look at what we can do, if we put those seeds and we equilibrate them at 10% relative humidity, 30% relative humidity, they're predicted to last on the order of 2 years and still be 90% germination. Whereas if those same seeds were at 90%, they're going to be fully dead in 100 days. So this is a reality. I know from working with Dr. Kunisauth and working in a project in India, for example, that getting soybeans in India from one planting season to the next, if you have to go through a monsoon season, high humidity, high temperature, at the end of that season, you can already be down at somewhere 60, 80% germination. That is, you will be on one of these curves along here that by the time you're 6 or 9 months around for the next time to start planting, you're going to be down in a region that's not very good, and those seeds that are left are going to be slow. In other words, you will have lost a lot of vigor. So it's very important that we think about this and think about what you can gain. This is even at a very warm temperature. We can gain a lot by drying the seeds. So the one lesson to learn from this is that if you're storing seeds in porous containers in high humidity, they're going to be ticking very fast. They're going to be losing their viability very rapidly because that moisture, that ambient humidity of the air will go through the packaging if it's porous. We equilibrate with the seeds, and the seed moisture content will be changing with the seasons, but every time it's in a moist period, it's losing longevity very quickly, losing quality. So here's a graph that just shows that. This is showing the equilibrium relative humidity versus seed moisture content. This one is basically for maize. about 13% or so as one of our critical points. If this were oilseed crops, this red bar here would be down to about 9%. I'll show you that in a minute. The higher the oil content, the lower this moisture content set of data that you guidelines that you need to be thinking about. So what this is showing, here's temperature, here's moisture content. If we're up in these high moisture content region, we can have bacteria, we can have fungi, we can have insects. Bacteria are fairly sensitive. They stop first, but down to about 65% humidity, or as I said, maybe 12, 13% for carbohydrate crops, 9% or so for oilseed crops. If we can get below that, the fungi can't grow. So you think of aflatoxin on peanuts, or or fumonisins that you may find on corn. Those may come in from the field, but if they're stored below about 65% relative humidity, those fungi won't grow. So you won't get an increase in those problems, nor an increase in fungi that cause other diseases or other problems. If we go lower, insects can still grow here, but if we can go below about 35% relative humidity, which would be down here around 6% or so for an oilseed crop, we can also stop insects. So these are showing bruchids in mung beans. And again, high humidity, porous containers are going to allow these insects in, and then you're not even going to have viable seeds here to germinate. So this is very useful a diagram to remember. There's some key points. We need to be below 65% relative humidity, or much better if we can get down below 35% or so, then we don't have problems with insects either. And that to maintain these low humidities in ambient high humidity conditions, we have to use waterproof packaging. So here's the moisture contents that we mentioned. These very high moisture contents, we don't want them. They're too high. We can have heating due to fungal respiration particularly. You can have mold growth, and insects are damaging. The best moisture contents for seed storage, for starchy seeds, again, it's about 12%. For oily seeds, it's below 9% or so. And again, this is not optimal. This is, you want to be at least that low so that you stop fungi and so on. Much better is to go even lower, particularly if they're going to be put in sealed storage, canned storage or sealed storage, which I'm recommending. I really am recommending sealed storage away from humidity. Then you need to dry even further. So this is you want to be at least below that benchmark there. There's sometimes concern about lower limits of moisture content, but it's been shown now pretty well. Most germplasm storage banks storing seed are now pre-equilibrating their seeds at about 15% relative humidity. So that's quite low in terms of moisture content. So in some cases, soybeans and so on, you can have problems with, they will break. That is, there will be mechanical damage if you're moving the seeds, dropping them, putting them in trucks and so on. You can get mechanical damage from being too dry. So that's an issue, but it's not physiologically damaging. That is, generally those seeds, if they're that dry, if they're allowed to re-equilibrate through the air, particularly before planting in cold soils, it's really not a problem for them. The other advantage of relative humidity is it's quite easy to measure. There are very cheap relative humidity meters now. It used to be hard, but now it's very, very simple. Temperature and relative humidity. This is quite inexpensive meters. You can make a moisture meter just by putting a little better quality, but you can put a humidity meter in here, put some seeds in on top of it, seal the top for an hour or so or 30 minutes. You get a reading. This one will even send it by Bluetooth to your phone, so you can get the data right away. An extremely inexpensive approach we found is that there is basically pH paper for humidity. It's called humidicator paper, and actually it changes color with the ambient humidity. Our group here at Davis, UC Davis Horticulture and Innovation Lab, has put these inside little laminated cards, if you will. They're open on the back so that the humidity can get into this piece of paper. But it's very simple. If this is pink, you're in a region where you're not storage. The storage is not good. If you're kind of purple, you're okay, but not the best. If it's nice and blue, then you've got really good storage condition. Very cheap, very expensive. One of these I mean, a little piece of paper like this costs almost nothing, and it's reusable. That is, it goes back and forth multiple times. So very handy now. So we advocate a lot changing. I mean, you can measure moisture content. That requires an oven and a scales and all kinds of things. For most crops, we can very easily convert from a relative humidity over to a moisture content. That is, it's quite well known. It's determined primarily by the oil content. So we've come up with a way to think about some of this. If we just think about storage of seeds in terms of temperature, warm and cold, or wet and dry, those are the two main important things. Most of our crops and foods begin wet. That is, they're wet in plants. It's warm because they're growing, so they're starting here. This is not a good way to store almost anything. If we're talking about fresh produce, if we're talking about lettuce or tomatoes or products that are perishable, we've invented the cold chain. The cold chain means keep them cold and don't break the chain. That is, they have to be chilled and then they kept in cold storage all the way through. Refrigerated trucks, refrigerated grocery stores, and so on. This works perfectly well, but it requires infrastructure, it requires refrigeration, it requires continuous energy costs, and so on. But it's very effective in maintaining high quality for fresh produce. But if we have dried products, we have dry commodities, seeds are one, but also dried food commodities. In general, once they're dry, the storage is pretty good, which is why we dry things. I mean, if you think about all the dried peppers, all kinds of things we dry because they store better. So once it's dry and packaged, there really aren't any further energy costs. So you have some drying costs, but you don't have any continuous costs. So that's a big advantage. And this is what we've termed the dry chain in parallel to the cold chain. That is, dry it, package it away from humidity, and you're in pretty good shape. For long-term storage, at best, as I mentioned, the germplasm storage, the best is both. That is, dry and cold. Germplasm storage is usually dry the seeds very far and then put them in refrigerated storage or even liquid nitrogen if you want to really store them for a long, long time. So basically, this is the basis of what we call the dry chain. So how do we get them dry? That's part of the problem. You're all aware of sun drying. This was in Nepal, drying rice seed. This is in India, where I was. This is okra seed being dried before it's put away. This is in Nepal again, and you know you're in trouble a little bit when they put rain shelter over the top of the grain. They're trying to dry it. So there are issues about this, but sun is great. It's universally used. It can be a very effective way to dry when the conditions are right, when the humidity is low, the sun's out. You're not able to dry below the minimum daily relative humidity, though. That's one issue. For example, these ladies are piling this up. They put this grain out. They walked on it. They spread it around during the day. It's drying. They're piling it up now. They have to put a tarp over it at night so the dew and the cools down at night won't get on it and re-wet it. So, daily cycles of that can be a problem. And the biggest problem is that it's least effective when you need it the most. That's when it's rainy or humid conditions. We have heated air drying, which is used, I guess, also universally. This is a heated air dryer, a table dryer. This is a dryer for cucurbit seeds, melon seeds, and so on in California. This is a dryer in a seed company I visited in India. So this is a very high level, large volume seed dryer. It's widely used. It's very effective. One of the key problems with your climate is that it's less efficient in warm, humid conditions. That is, if the incoming air is already quite warm and humid, then this heating process does not dry the air enough to really be effective. If the air coming in is already 35 degrees centigrade and 85% humidity, a little increase in temperature to 40 degrees, 45 degrees maximum because you kill the seeds, that's not enough gain to get them really dry. You might get them below this 60, 65% level, but you can't get them as dry as you think. And it really does not work very well under hot, humid conditions. And of course, it is fairly costly. It does require energy. Another alternative that we've looked into is desiccant-based drying. That is, these drying beads, these are called. These are available from this company. They're basically a zeolite-based clay that's very attractive to water, holds water very tightly. And if you just put these in a container with seeds where they have porous access to it, the water will move from the seeds into the beads and be trapped there, and then it will dry the seeds. And then the beads can be removed and reheated to reactivate them. So it's not a throwaway. It's be reused indefinitely as long as you keep reactivating them. It's just one example of a desiccant that could be used, and very simple, small quantities. So you can just put the seeds in with a packet of these beads. Bigger quantities, barrels like this, they've designed a system like this with a central column that you can put drying beads into, which then is porous here, and then the water has a very short diffusion distance to move into the beads. If you just put some beads on the top of a barrel, it's a long time for the water to move from the bottom, but this makes it very effective. And then you can just remove these beads and put them in an oven and dry them, reuse them again. So this system is kind of a manual system. It's not great for huge quantities, but it's big enough for vegetable seeds where you have high value and much smaller volumes. It's being effectively applied now by some major seed companies in Southeast Asia where it's hot and humid. Actually, the Bangladeshi government currently has a program to start releasing or providing these types of resources, that is beads, containers, and so on. Plastic bags work perfectly fine to farmers for their own use. So it's really quite simple once you've trained people on how to use it, and it's quite simple to reactivate these beads and use them again. Here's some work we actually did with Dr. Kunisov that it was done in his lab. His group did this work looking at mung bean storage, green gram storage, and won't go into the details, but here's these seeds were dried to different levels. The lowest ones are with these drying beads. These are the ones that were not dried additionally. Over the storage time, and they're sealed in containers, so they're pretty much stable over this time. But what you can see, these that were dried the most after 6 months still had above 90% viability and germination. These that were at 10% are already on their way down. They're already down to much lower, and they're going to go off very quickly, as I said. So just this is within 6 or 8 months. So other thing that it does is because these that are dried are kept in sealed conditions as well, the insects did not grow either. This is a picture of this one that was porous containers inoculated with insects, and you see how bad it is at high humidity. At low humidity, these were also inoculated with insects, but at this moisture content, the insects can't grow, new ones can't come in, and you've maintained the viability. This has actually been applied even in India for short, I'd say medium-term storage for germplasm. So you can see seeds are all in these bottles. They've been dried using beads, sealed in here, and then not using refrigeration. That is just using this exponential increase in longevity due to drying, using beads to dry them quite dry, sealing them, and then not using energy to maintain refrigeration. It's not as long as it would be if it were cold, but it's 5 to 10 years you can get storage in these types of conditions without refrigeration. It's also quite good for even small community seed banks and so on. It's a very simple thing to do, move away from these more or less porous containers up into sealed containers. This is a study we did comparing porous cloth bags versus these sealed bags, and it's always better to be away from the humidity. And this Biodiversity International, it's a CGIAR center, is systematically implementing this in villages and farming centers in India to start providing these sort of resources to them. So let me just summarize the dry chain here. I mean, allow the seeds to fully mature. That's one of the first things, as we mentioned. Harvest them at maturity. Use sun drying when it's possible. It's free and it's effective, but not always effective as it needs to be. Then use additional drying, whether it's desiccants or heated air drying, get them dry. Pack them in moisture-proof containers. These do not have to be plastic cans. There's all kinds of bottles and sacks and bags and so on available now. remember that once they're transported, they're still waiting. And that is, if you're pre-positioning for sale, you're giving them to the farmers, it's best to have them in a hermetic or moisture-proof bag. And that way they'll get to their consumer or the farmers in much better case. Do not store moist bulk seeds. This is where you have real problems of heating and bad quality. Try to move away from forest packaging. I mean, this jute bags, I know, are very popular. Plastic bags that are woven are still porous, so they are not tight to humidity. So we need to be going more to these sort of plastic bags, but don't leave them open. Here again, we're in a market. These are seeds. You try to sell seeds and they're just sitting there all day in humidity. So, I mean, we have to have a consciousness of the impact of humidity. Try not to expose the seeds to humid air during that part of the year if it's changeable. So our sort of solution here is to make it dry and keep it dry. That's all you have to do. Make it dry, keep it dry. That's the dry chain. So let me just wrap up here. I mean, I've shown you this before. And so some of these keys to effective and resilient seed systems from this process part of it is, you know, breed for high seed quality as well, along with other market traits, such as by selecting for non-shattering, particularly in oil crops. That is, you're going to get better maturity, higher yield, better quality all around. Allow the seeds to get to full maturity before harvesting to get maximum quality. There is advanced sorting if it's available. That is, you could sort brassicas for chlorophyll content, or of course, there's seed conditioning equipment, cleaning, and so on that needs to be done can improve seed quality. You can also apply other treatments, seed protectants, and so on if it's available. Dry the seeds fully, store them in moisture-proof packaging. That will best maintain seed vigor and viability. And as much as possible, incorporate new technologies, farmer feedback, and so on, particularly what the farmer needs are and how can you provide attractiveness to farmers to buy higher quality seed and get better varieties at the same time. So with that, I'll end there and hopefully have shared some things with you that will be useful to you. And I believe we do have some time for discussion.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kent, for a comprehensive and then wonderful presentation. So you have covered nicely throughout the seed value chain, from the maintenance of the seed, from breeders to until it goes to the farmers. And also so it was really nicely emphasized maintenance of the seed quality and then how to minimize the seed loss during the storage, dry chain concept. And also you suggested how to manage the relative humidity during the storage, and then how to measure, and then what are the indicators to measure the relative humidity during the storage. So thank you very much for your presentation. And then I would like to just ask maybe one or two, already we are short of time. So I would like to ask maybe, do you have the one or two questions or suggestions or any clarification? Please welcome. Yes, so we have a question from front row.
Said that viability and longevity, vigor. Is there any way to measure the vigor and longevity other than by germination?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very good question. You really do need to measure them. That is, in general, our seed tests are endpoint tests. That is, we put the seeds and 10, 14 days later, we count how many are germinated. We may score them for abnormals and so on. But for vigor, a common way to do vigor is to put them under stress. That is, you give them a stress test of some time, which works. But we're quite convinced that the most sensitive vigor indicator is actually the speed of germination. That if you really, as I showed you, the seeds slow down. The problem with that is it's somewhat labor intensive to get that information. You need to be watching the seeds every day and counting them to get that data. That is, it's not an endpoint test. So that's, we do a lot of that in vegetable seeds and so on, because that's a very important component, but it's less often done in field seeds and so on. But yes, you can measure it. even just within the normal ISTA rules, an early test. I'm very big advocate for the early test, the 5-day count versus the 10-day count or something. Get the early test. That's really your best vigor indicator in my opinion. The longevity, again, it can be measured because you can do accelerated aging, for example. We don't recommend doing very high humidities. I mean, in soybeans, they have an official test, put it over water, 100% humidity, put it at high temperature for 3 or 4 days. It's very effective in killing seeds. But the aging process at 100% humidity is not really the same as it is at 60% or 70% where you're actually storing them. But we do find that you can raise the humidity up to 60% or so, and then raise the temperature. If you put them there and then you put them at 50 degrees centigrade, in a week or two, you can actually see, do these seeds have good long life or not? Within a company, the way to do it, you get familiar with those seeds, then you can get familiar with over time. Let's say you get seeds in, you test them under that system. You say, okay, they lasted 3 weeks before they fell to 50%. Now you watch them in the warehouse over the next year or so, and you say, well, what does that tell me? You see what I mean? The next time you test them in the lab, you'll go, oh, well, these lasted much longer under those same conditions. They will probably do that same. So, that's not very commonly done, but I think if you know that you're going to need to store seeds, you're going to need to store them for a while, it may be worth developing for a given seed, a given crop that you're familiar with, a sort of pretest, longevity pretest like that, which can be very good. I mean, if you know that you've had to go in and harvest early for some reason, the weather was bad or something, you're going to have shorter longevity, and it might be worthwhile to give that a test so that at least move that forward, sell it before others that are going to store longer. Those types of sort of practical decisions could be made.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Kent. So is anyone? So I don't see any questions or any clarifications. Kent, I have the quick questions about it's good that you have mentioned that the harvesting period, for different crop species, especially for these oil seed crops. In certain crops, as you mentioned, even the rapeseed, canola, we cannot harvest, and we cannot see the maturity at the same time. And similarly, we have the Sesamum indicum, and also the soybean seed crop. And then how to just harvest in a particular time where at the highest quality, seed quality attains. And I think it is difficult here in this part of the world, like the India is mainly, it's like tropical and subtropical situation. And then it is difficult to, again, think about it in a particular time, the harvesting time. So do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, it's a really difficult problem. I mean, again, my major suggestion is that I know you're going to be, your whole meeting has been about breeding. We need to talk to breeders to get rid of this shattering problem, because if we didn't have to, if they weren't shattering, you could just let them go to maturity and then harvest them when they're all mature. But we can't do that because of the shattering problem. So if we could get rid of the shattering problem, that'd be one thing. I agree that even in soybeans, even though they don't shatter much, you can have problems with immaturity because there comes a point when you need to harvest them. About all that what we do here for seed is things like just try to be very gentle with them. For example, in the brassicas, windrow them, cut them off, lay them down very gently. Let them finish maturity for a while longer. If it's not raining, of course. I mean, if it's dry, you can cut them. You can be gentle with them. Some of those seeds will go ahead and mature. That is, some of the relatively ones that are close to the end, they will mature after cutting. They'll go ahead and take resources from the cut plants. They'll go ahead and mature. And then you can come through with a combine and pick them all up and you get better yield that way. So we do some things like that. I mentioned also in some high value seed crops, they actually spray the fruits, spray over the field with sort of a glue that helps to hold them together so that they don't shatter. So they do take measures to try to get the best quality if you're going for that. But it's really a problem that I think needs to be solved by finishing the domestication of the crops and getting rid of that shattering trait. We're not trying to distribute seed all over like a wild plant. We want to keep it on the plant. So I think that's the way to go.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Kent. So thank you once again for your wonderful presentation. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. I hope you have a great rest of your talks.
So now, so moving forward to the next presentation, now we have the presentation on the seed legislation and policies for effective seed systems, seed system development in oil seeds. And so we have the Mr. M.V. Sudhakar, so regional manager. He was retired as a regional manager from the National Seeds Corporation. So he has a lot of experience in this field. So please, Mr. Sudhakar.
Yeah, namaste to one and all. This is going to be a commercial session. We are coming from a technical session to a commercial session where we are going to talk about the commercial aspects of the seed systems, especially in oil seeds. Why should a farmer grow oil seed? Definitely because he gets some income out of it. Unless he gets income, he is not interested in any crop. So therefore, for any encouragement of the crop, there should be some commercial motive. Otherwise, farmers are not interested and they may not go for it. This is the system when that's why Government of India was giving a thrust for encouraging the oil seeds in 1990s, and we had to some extent succeeded in that. When then again we had thrust on the pulses, where we could achieve the self-sufficiency in the pulses. But again, we are importing much of the oil seeds, edible oil. So again, there is a need for giving a thrust in the oil seed sector. So why should really, whether we were not self-sufficient early in the earlier days, or whether we have become, due to our systems, not sufficient, or in the present day. In the earlier days, in the village system, we used to have all types of, all the professions in the village. Even the oil expeller was one of the profession in the village, and where the oil seed was produced in the village at the village level, and it was extracted at the village level and again distributed among the village level. This system has gone, and now we have concentrated on promoting at a larger level and concentrating on distribution on from a different source, rather at the village level. That's why the commercial aspects like transportation, then availability, has increased the cost of availability of the oil seeds at the village level. When we were traveling through some of the tribal areas for our seed production, we have inquired where they were purchasing these oil seeds. they were purchasing to the tune of about 20 lakhs. They were spending about 20 lakhs on the purchase of oil seeds, on the purchase of oil from the cities. Why should any tribal people purchase the oil from the city if there was an expeller or the production at the village level? They could have easily had the oil at the village level itself. And apart from it, there is a lot of confusion about the oils. This is the major concern why people are not going for oil seeds. They say you will get heart attack if you take this oil. They will say you will have high cholesterol if you take this oil. So this, there is no clear picture which oil should be taken by the people, which oil is better for them, which oil is, sometimes they say mix the oil and take it. Sometimes they say, no, the pure oil is sufficient. So there is a lot of confusion among this, among us for taking the oils. So this confusion should be cleared by the academicians. Then for adding the value addition to the oil seed crops, it should be for adding as a cattle feed or fish feed at the village level. Now, because the oil seeds are produced somewhere else, it's not available in the village, it's not being used in the village itself. Suppose if the oil is produced, oil seed crop is produced at the village level itself, this de-oiled cake can be used as the cattle feed or fish feed or poultry feed. And now this can also be used as the human food, where a soybean has got a very high protein, and now even FAO recommend that there's the quality baby food can be produced with this de-oiled cake. So there are so many uses, and the farmer can get additional income with this. And oil can also be used as a manure at the village level. Now you can, the carbon, we don't have carbon ratio, we can increase the carbon ratio of the soil by using this oil cake. Then use of the biofortified varieties for increasing the nutritional value. So if the farmer has got additional income, or he is going to get income at the, from the oil seed crops, he is going to grow it. So if you see the trend from 2016 to 22, the oil seed production is increasing. Then if you see some of the crops, if you see this table, the castor area has increased and yield has increased and the production has increased. But in case of linseed, the area has decreased, but yield has increased. That means better varieties have come in the linseed, and so the yield has increased, but total production has gone down. In case of Niger, the area has gone down, but yield has gone up because of good varieties, but the total production has gone down because the total production has gone down because the area has gone down. In the groundnut also, the same thing. Because of the good varieties, the yield has increased, and in sesame, same case, rapeseed mustard and soya bean, they have increased their area, and similarly the total production. This is the total estimated domestic production import and the total availability. this is the table showing the secondary source of oil seeds, where we are getting the oil seeds from the secondary source also, which has been neglected by us. And some of the tree-borne oil seeds like sal, mahua, semaroba, kokum, olive, and karanja, these are the which we have forgotten, and we are not using them as the source for the oil seeds, which can be promoted by us in the seed systems or in the at the village level. The average production or productivity of the oil seed crops is very low. In case of soybean, you see it is only 11 quintals per hectare. That means about 4 quintals average yield, whereas America gets about 3 times to this yield. So there is a need for increasing the productivity of the oil seeds. This is the system which we are taking up, where the Agriculture University releases the variety, then the Seeds Corporation, or they take up this production of the foundation seed and supply to the seed farmers, either oil fed, mark fed. The distribution is through the Seeds Corporation at the district level and through the farmer. But in this case, the seeds are being, the total seed which we are meeting the requirement is only about 35% of the total requirement. So the entire private industry, public sector, the agriculture universities, they are all catering to the needs of about only 25 to 35%. This system is being centralized. This is a centralized system where we are evaluating a variety and then giving to the farmer. But we need to change the system to increase the availability of oil seed in the future. But so this 35% system is 35% of the farmers are being served by the entire system of Department of Agriculture, Seeds Corporations, at the Agriculture University. But what about the 65 to 75% of the farmers who sow their own seeds? We should bring a drastic change with them, or we should provide a system at this level which can bring a major impact on the availability of the oil seeds at the village level. This system which I propose, which has been discussed with different friends, is like this. In a cluster of Gram Panchayats, see, you take up about, throughout India, you take up about 100 clusters. The target we want to achieve is only to meet about 30 to 50% of the sufficiently locally produced and extracted edible oils to avoid the transportation, and it will be consumed locally. This will be achieved through enhancing the area under the oil seeds by reviving the old multi-crop systems, then diversification of the crops. There will be much emphasis only on local and self and local consumption of oil seeds production, because this will enhance, or this will give this will give activity at the village level for different people. Introducing the new varieties or reviving indigenous land races that perform well with the local conditions through farmers selection seed or seed multiplication, making it diverse seed of oil seeds locally. Introducing the best practices in the multi-crop systems. Then to the extent possible, we would like to use only natural farming methods. Then supporting low-cost oil extraction units as a business enterprises at the village level. This is required. Now, even in the cities also, we are seeing oil expellers at almost at nook and corner of the city. Now, the people have changed. They want to extract immediately and then use it. So the expellers have been available even in the city, then why not at the village level? So wherever necessary, this renewable energy sources are bullock operated is not available, bullocks are not available. So you can use even the solar extraction units. But using all these systems or this proposal, the involvement of the farmer producing organizations or the self-help groups at the village level is required. I will tell you how. Suppose let us calculate a 4 liter is consumed by one household and it comes to about 48 liters per year. Assuming about 30% oil extraction, you require 160 kgs oil seed per household per year. Suppose if the average productivity of the oil seed is about 886 kilos per hectare, then you need about 160 kilos. So each household requires about 0.818 hectares or 0.44 acres. That means if you, for about 1,000 households, if 1,000 households consume this, you require about 400 acres of oil seed production at the village level. Suppose if this can be encouraged through a farmer producing organization or the self-help group or any entrepreneur at the village level, and the oil seed is produced, varieties are not suggested by us. The varieties we can cultivate different varieties and show them the demonstration of these crops, different crops which are suitable for them, and we can give them the different varieties. So the farmer will select, or the local people will select which will be best for them. And these varieties or the crops which are suitable for their area will be promoted, and the seeds required by them will be produced by the concerned seeds corporation, and they can be given to the farmers. In case if it is a local variety or local crop, the universities concerned can involve and purify the varieties and purify the lines, and they can give back to the farmers so that they can have a better crop. So for 1,000 household, if you require 400 acres, you see the gigantic work that will be taking place in oil seed production for reaching the self-sufficiency. this is for one area. See, this is the model proposed for reworking out at the village level, where the FPO is the organizer at the level. So the seeds corporation will supply the seeds, and the Department of Agriculture, Seed Certification Agency will also be involved to look after the quality areas, quality factors. Then, in case required, of the areas, purification of the variety, and then will be procuring the seed, and they will extract the oil. They will assess the requirement. What is their requirement? And they will sell them to the farmers locally. So there is no overheads, there is no transportation, there is no non-availability of the required oil by the locals.
So Sudhakar sir,
Thank
could you
you.
please thank you.
So
Yeah,
this is the
please.
model which I propose, which the academicians can discuss, and we can bring back from the village level. And I think this is a feasible, which we have worked out already in groundnut, in supplying the seed systems at the village level. And this has worked out very beautifully. And I hope this can give a better results for giving the oil seeds self-sufficiency to our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sudhakar. So giving a good background, and then how to come up with a community-based management, seed management system, and then what are the required structure. And then you also given a kind of like FPOs, how to produce and then how to supply the seed to the farmers. So really this topic is like already seed legislation as of now, and then the existing seed legislation, which we have been following, the 1966 Seeds Act and 1968 the seeds rules, and also as per the 1983 the seed control order. So we are there in the markets. So here what we need here is for these crops especially, we need to have a kind of a policy, a separate policy, and then we need the inclusiveness of seed supply system, including all already. So Mr. Sudhakar, he has mentioned about the need to involve all the stakeholders from the small seed company to the trader, then big company, and also all the public seed organization into it. So then only we can able to meet the seed requirements. So thank you very much, Sudhakar garu, once again. So now, so moving to the next presentation. Now, I think the next presenter, he has been waiting since long time. I'm sorry, Mr. Sabah Gaspar. So who is talking on the implication of the seed schemes and quality seed availability of oil seed crops in global seed market. Mr. Sabah Gaspar, who is a program manager on the OECD seed schemes, Paris from the France. So he's going to present virtually. Now, Mr. Sabah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can see my screen already.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's quite early in Paris. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. so it's a fresh start for me. I would like to introduce our OECD seed scheme, especially how we can improve the quality of the seed and the global market, and particularly the oilseed crops. I will give you a general overview of our program, our schemes and rules and regulations, and also some ideas about the varietal certification procedure and how we facilitate international trade. First of all, I would like to tell you about the mission and the vision of the OECD seed scheme, which also kind of a definition of our program. We were established to facilitate international trade of quality seed by applying harmonized seed varietal certification standards and procedures. So as you see, our first goal is the international trade facilitation, but as the seed scheme became a benchmark standard in the international markets and quality certification, many national certification system, varietal certification systems are based on our OECD seed scheme. So our impact is more than just international trade, but we also have effect on national seed legislations. In a longer term, we would like to be a real global harmonized seed varietal, build up a harmonized global seed varietal certification system to support productive, sustainable, and resilient agriculture and food system. This is the resiliency and sustainability is more and more important. We had a ministerial meeting in the OECD where our agriculture ministers met in November 2022, and they reinforced the need to develop a sustainable and resilient agriculture and food system, thinking about the current crisis, the COVID-19, and the effects of the supply chains. The OECD seed scheme has 61 member countries, and India is one of those member countries since 2008. And we work closely with the government to ensure that the seed certified by India is according to the, when it's going to international trade, is fulfilling all the requirements of our scheme. We are quite an old program. We were established in 1961, and originally in Europe. But then we discussed that with FAO and the International Seed Federation that other countries would like to join. So we opened up our scheme to all UN and WTO member countries. We covering about a third of the international trade of seed with 1.2 billion kilogram of certified seed per year. I compare this data with the statistics of the International Seed Federation, and based on that, that is about 1/3 of the trade. And I'm talking about the field crops and not the vegetable seeds here. We are covering 202 species, so practically the most important agricultural crops are covered by our scheme. And we have even around 70,000 varieties registered under our system. The benefits of our program is, as I said, facilitate international trade. We are part of the international regulatory framework. So we are dealing with varietal certification, but we are working very closely with ISTA on seed quality, and also UPOV on the breeders' rights issues, plant breeders' rights issues. Our key partner is ISF, the International Seed Federation, but we work very closely with regional seed associations. We regularly participate in APSA meetings in Asia. And we also work closely with FAO. When FAO working with the developing countries on seed legislation, we always ask to provide some support or capacity building to those countries on the side of the varietal certification. It is very important that our standard setting procedure is trustful, and we involve the governments, but also the seed industry, because it's very important to be aligned with the need of the industry. Otherwise, our standard would be irrelevant after a certain time. Also, it's important that our varietas certification is accessible, is not very complicated. The certification process itself at the moment is based on labeling, on paper-based, but we are working on the digitalization of our certification system, which we expect improve the efficiency, but also the security of the labels and certificates. And also some other benefits, I would say other, but they are also important, that we prevent technical barriers to trade, because it's an international standard and is quite well spread through different countries. Transparency is very important in the supply chain, and we are working on that it should be even more transparent. From breeders' point of view, this is important because we reassure them when they distribute their new varieties that the plant breeders' rights are taken into account and they can collect the royalties. We are helping that the innovation which the breeders are doing and put into their varieties that is reaching the farmers. So that's, I think, is very important. We also, for the farmer point of view and seed companies and farmers, we have programs on multiplication abroad. So in a country can create more business, the seed industry in a country, when they multiply seed to another country. So it's boosting the national seed production and give more livelihood to seed companies. Also for farmers, it's important to have an access to guaranteed quality seed, and OECD, one of those organizations and certification system which provide this guarantee together with IPPC and ISTA. And also, as you use quality seed, crop productivity can be improved, the yield and the quality of the crops. Also, the countries, when they join the scheme, is very important to boost their export of seed and foodstuff. And because of the increased yield and productivity and quality, this is the one way how they can ensure that. But also, it's important that the national food security programs are supported by the quality seed. So about our program, we have 8 schemes, and they are organized by different agricultural and characteristics. And one of those 8 schemes is the crucifers and other oil and fiber species. So most oil crops belong to that seed scheme. But also the grass and legume seed scheme includes some of the oil seeds which can be regarded as oil seed, as soybean, for example. So those are the 2 schemes which cover the oil crops under the OECD. If you see these statistics and from oil seed, sunflower is the 2nd most certified seed under the OECD. But we have also rapeseed in the top 10, and also soybean is on the 5th position. So you can see that oil crops are important in our certification system. Of course, maize is the mostly certified seed under the OECD by far, triple or 4 times more than the 2nd sunflower. Also, most of the seeds which are certified under oil seeds, certified under the OECD, are first certification. So they are the certified seed which are sold to the farmers for crop production. But also non-finally certified seed and rebelled seed is quite important. Non-finally certified seed is used when a country produces seed for another country. So you can see that in oil crops, there are a lot of activity when a country produces seed to another country. And this is where OECD is very important. When you exchange those seeds between the countries, you need OECD certification. Our main instruments are the rules and regulations. So these are the standards and the inspection or certification procedures in this publication, and we update it regularly every year. And the new version, the 2023 version, will be published very soon. We also have OECD list of varieties eligible for certification. This is those are the varieties which can be certified under the OECD. And also we have several guidelines on how to implement the control procedures, field inspection. And all of those materials are available on our website and can be downloaded free of charge. About our certification standards, as I mentioned, we certify varietal identity and varietal purity. And we have certain minimum standards for isolation distance, the generation system that each of the seeds which are produced, like pre-basic, basic, certified seed, they all have to be certified to go to the next generation. So the traceability there is ensured. We also provide a sealing system and the labeling system, which are also important in the certification procedure. The varietal certification has 3 elements. First of all, national designated authorities, the governments, they need to register the variety which they want to certify under the OECD. And those varieties have to be DUS tested. And also we require a test for value for and cultivation and use. And then the countries, they need to control the seed production in the field, but also processing, cleaning, and all until the bags are closed and sealed. And then we issue the OECD label and certificate. For the registration of a variety, we need the official variety description. The governments, they require a reference sample, which would be the living example of the variety to use for different tests. And the VCU test has to be taken into account that's different by regions and countries, but it has to be some developments from the varieties which are already existing on the market. And this chart shows you the certification procedure. Here I just wanted to show you that all of the steps of the seed production has to be controlled. So this is important for traceability and also the credibility of the system. We have 2 types of inspection and control. The first one is the seed producing field. So we call this field inspection. So during the production, our inspectors go to the field and check if the identity and the purity of the fields are maintained. And then after the production, we have the post-control tests. They are controlling the certified seed. And this is controlling the success of the certification procedure, that everything went well during the seed production. It's important that our seeds are labeled and sealed after the certification. We have a color code system in OECD. The most important is the blue OECD label, which is the certified seed first generation. But we have for pre-basic, basic seed, and also certified seed further generations. I'm not sure if that's interesting for you, as India is already a member of the seed scheme, but maybe you have some audience and the country is not joined yet to OECD. So we are open to all countries who are member of the United Nations, FAO, or WTO. And for the application, the most important is to develop a national certification system. Each could be in line with the OECD, but it's not necessary. It can be 2 separated systems. But we always check the capacity of the country if they are able to certify seed under the OECD. And after this evaluation process, the country can be approved as a member of the OECD seed scheme. And in the OECD seed scheme, all of the countries have equal rights, 1 vote per country, and we make all the decisions in a consensus-based basis, which is very important that all the countries agreed on our standards and inspection procedures. We also have capacity building activities, and in India we had this activity recently. We have good trainers. You may met at the Goldshag and Jerry Hall in one of those trainings. And this is an ongoing possibility to provide capacity building to new countries and also member countries of the OECD seed scheme like India. So that was my presentation, and if you have any question, I would be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
So, so thank you very much, Mr. Sabha. So great presentation and then excellent covering the overview of the OECD seed certification and then how to facilitate the international seeds. That includes the, yeah, you have greatly covered the overview of the entire the seed schemes and then seed standards, and then what are the species which are into the OECD seed certification schemes, so digitalization, and also the and then so what is the framework for the OECD scheme. So thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Can we have the 1 or 2 questions or clarifications if anybody is from the house? Yeah, I don't see any clarifications and questions from the house, Sabha. So I have a question, Sabha. So now the India, of course, India has become a member of OECD schemes in the year 2008. And then of course we started late in 1916 onwards. However, we are confined with the cereal crops. And then now we are looking for the opportunity, especially for the sunflower and then safflower seed exports. Some of the like international seed companies, the multinational seed companies, they are looking for the export seeds to the other countries. So we need the capacity building on these crops if required in future. So I think so probably we need to organize maybe in 2023 or 2024 for the capacity building in these crops. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yes, we are open to provide you this service. You should contact us, and then we will talk about our trainers to find the right people who could do that training in India. So the only thing is that, as usual, and I think you know that the cost of the trainers is mostly cost reimbursement of the travels has to be covered by India. But that's the only cost. We don't have a specific fee for those trainings. And also, as you well know, there would be some preparation from your side to prepare the fields where we can demonstrate the field inspection and post-control tests. So, but then we can discuss that. And I think we meet with you in Paris next week. So
yeah,
I think we would have a chance.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So I think so. So we can discuss this on 26th of this month and in Paris. And then coming to the final question is, I would like to just invite the OECD scheme meetings that includes the either international or technical meetings or the annual meetings to India, so that the seed sector will be, so they will be involving and they will get awareness inside the country, and also the countries like the Bangladesh and then Vietnam, of course, Thailand and Philippines. And so therefore, we need that these countries needs to be a member of OECD seed schemes, our neighboring countries I am talking, so that we can able to export our seeds to these countries. Yeah.
Yes, I think we have the same goal because we want to be stronger in Asian countries, and India would be a great help for us to convince the other countries or neighboring countries to join the OECD seed scheme. And we would be happy to go to India to organize one of our meetings in your country. And this is also a question of discussions between the Indian government and OECD, but this is definitely a possibility to organize one of our meeting. Also, for your information, we are in discussion with China to join the seed schemes, and that's going quite well. So one of the big countries in the region hopefully join very soon. But with India, China, member of the seed scheme, I think that would be a boost in Asia to convince the other countries to join.
Thank you very much. So thanks, Sama, once again. Of course, so you wake up at the early times. I think you can start your early, and then you can
Good
have
for my health.
yeah, it's good, and then have a good day for you.
Thank you very much.
And see you
Thank
on the 26th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
Bye.
Bye.
So next, coming to the next topic, an overview of oil seed industry. The speaker is Dr. R.K. Tripathi. He is presenting on behalf of the National Seed Association of India, New Delhi. Tripathi sir. I think he has a lot of experience, and then he has retired as a general manager from the National Seeds Corporation. He had about the 35 to 40 years of experience in the seed production and also the Ministry of Extension as well. So please, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. I come from the National Seed Association of India. And before we really go with the details about the seed industry situation in the country, I like to just give a brief introduction about the organization from where I'm coming. I think you all know about the National Seed Association of India, which is the apex body of the seed industry in the country. And it is emerging as one of the major spokespersons for the seed industry with the government, regulators, and policymakers. Our mission is just to create a dynamic, innovative, and a competitive and research-based seed system in the country. We are also focusing towards promoting, seed exports by involving with different stakeholders and helping the seed industry to come forward in this area. Our vision is mostly surrounding on 4 aspects. One is that we vision that our country is able to provide the quality seeds to the farmers. So we certainly look for the policies and systems so that the seed industry is able to, produce quality seeds. Also, a careful use of the molecular and biotechnology tools for bringing out the seeds with the required traits, particularly at this time where the seed sector is faced with a lot of challenges, both environmental as well as policy-related issues. We are also engaged in continuous dialogue with the government policymakers so that the constraints and issues of seed industry are brought before the government. We are represented in most of the government meetings so that we carry forward the industry's concerns so that the policies are very conducive, transparent, and supportive to the seed industry. Of course, we are also engaged in creating an awareness about effective seed management systems for the seed industry. And to facilitate all these efforts, we do carry out a rigorous policy advocacy with the government. We organize regular scientific seminars and interactive meetings. We do bring out a lot of communication and knowledge dissemination systems. Particularly, we bring out journals, seed newsletters, and we also organize an annual event, the Indian Seed Congress, which is a global event wherein people from different fields of seed sector come together and deliberate on various emerging issues. We all know about the seed sector in the country. It is basically composed of 4 aspects. At the apex level, it is the policy formulation with the government. Then we have a policy implementation, regulation, and enforcement, where the various regulatory bodies come in place. We have the seed production and distribution system, where public sector as well as cooperatives, private seed nurseries, farmers, all are involved. We have a big band of seed dealers. Then we have seed research and supply who are engaged in supplying breeder seeds of quality. Also, the new trend has come about licensing of new traits and varieties to the seed breeding and seed multiplying agencies. So there has to be a very cohesive and integrated approach amongst all those 4 initiatives to have a good seed system in the country. Indian seed sector is one of the fast emerging industries in the world, I can see. And as our chairman has already pointed out in his opening remarks, that the seed sector is growing very fast at the rate of nearly 20% per year annually. We have large number of biodiversity situation in the country. Over 49,000 plant species available in the country, over 5,800 varieties and hybrids which have been released, and nearly 700 to 800 seed companies in the private sector they are working with for the seed production and distribution of seeds of even their own research varieties. Our regulatory and legislative framework has well acclaimed across the world, and we have a very strong network of seed certification agencies as well as seed testing laboratories, both in the public sector as well as private sector. We have 6 ISTA accredited laboratories also in the country. Of course, the first public sector laboratory is through the Telangana State Seed Corporation. Of course, our chairman of the session is also the chairperson of ISTA. So we are really honored and delighted to tell you about this. We are a member of OECD for 5 crop categories, and we are going to further expand to new crops. And we have all the infrastructure and trained manpower, to develop and distribute seeds of any kind of seeds which is required for the whole world. So we are even in a position to supply seeds to the whole world, because any seed grown in any country can be grown in India very well. If you look at the seed market, of course, it's because of our rich agro-climatic diversity, we contribute almost 18% of our gross domestic product. And it is the largest producer of pulses, rice, wheat, and spices, and the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables. So it is one of the few countries where seed sector is already reasonably advanced. 2 years back, we did some study about the seed sector in the country, which was coming nearly 3 billion in field case of organized seed sector. If you include unorganized sector also, it goes about $4 billion. And today, the estimates say it is crossing $5+ billion. So really, it shows that how fast our seed sector is able to grow. Of course, our oilseed seed market is not growing with that speed. It is hardly $0.1 billion, which is a small figure, and it needs to be increased by our all efforts. So though we have been cultivating almost 9 major oilseed crops, and we are the fourth largest oilseed producer in the world, and whereas our highest contribution is about soybean, mustard, and groundnut. And about 67% oil seeds are grown in Kharif and the remaining in Rabi season. But our seed replacement rate is very low. If we leave hybrids apart, so our seed replacement rate in case of oil seeds is hardly 25 to 30%. And it's not improving. And the most important factor is about crops like sunflower, which has a lot of hybrids. Even in that case, also our seed replacement rate has started declining after 15, 16. So that shows that we are having not adequate good varieties in the IL seeds, and this is an area of concern, and we have to really work on this field. If you look at the total crop area of major IL seed crops in the country, though there has been marginal annual increase in the crop area, but not very significant. And particularly in the crops like, groundnut, there is no much change even, but like Niger seed, it is reducing, area has been gone down. But otherwise, there is not much, almost stabilized. So it needs also an attention that we have to increase the area under some oil seeds so that we are becoming self-sufficient in oil seeds. Let me tell you here that though it is targeted that we should have grow about 50 million tons of oil seeds by 2025, because we have got a lot of dependency on exports. Almost 10 million tons of edible oils are imported annually. Particularly, the larger share goes to palm oils. So we need to really give much attention to this area. We have states and districts which are really a niche area for oil seed production in the country, and we have probed their excellence in this field. So we need to focus on those areas and see that they are further strengthened to produce more seeds of good varieties, and particularly the hybrids. Of course, the oil seed sector has been faced with a lot of challenges. As I told you, the biggest challenge is that still we have a lot of dependency on imports. We are importing substantial quantity of edible oils as well as oil seeds from outside. And then we don't have adequate technologies, particularly for seed in the oil seed sector. We were discussing with the Argentina government about having some relationship between seed distribution between Argentina and India. And we're surprised to see that they, in their case, they are major producer of soybean seeds. And they are almost, their soybean seeds are 95% GM oil seeds, GM soybeans. In our country, we have still not thought about GM in soybean. Even mustard, with great difficulty, we could have one. And still let us see when it sees the light of the day. So really, that's and again a big challenge. And then major portion of our oil seed is under dry land. Irrigated is only about 27.8%. So that's again a big challenge, because we have to have a lot of drought-resistant varieties to get good yield. Shortage, there is a huge shortage of high-yielding varieties of seeds. Still, if you take a look at the varieties being used by the farmers, they are using more than 5 to 6 years old varieties still. So we are still not having very good high-yielding varieties of oil seeds. Of course, there is a high risk and uncertainty in the production. It's very fluctuating. Area goes on, sometimes it increases, decreases. Productivity and production also, it fluctuates, possibly because of inadequate use of good high-yielding varieties. And then, post-harvest technologies also are not adequate, particularly with respect to processing, handling, as well as storage. I know, like seeds like soybean, they're highly sensitive, and as we have seen in the earlier presentations, a lot of technology information are required, provide safe storage for the oil seed crops. Even in crops like groundnut, it is faced with a lot of challenges with stored grain pests. Like groundnut, I find this Caridon serratus like pests, which come from the field itself. And we don't have good systems to identify the hidden infestation in it. I think it will be a big frustration for us, because after 1 or 2 months of seed procurement and storage, And when we are going to distribute to the farmers, you find that almost 80 to 90% pots are already bought by the carried on serrators. So these are major challenges which the IL seed sector is faced with and which need to be addressed. And so there is a need for revival of the seed industry in the country. Let me tell you, we had the National Food Security Mission. A lot of stress was put on wheat, rice, and pulses. And there may be a lot of questions, but still we could achieve good progress, like particularly pulses, we could get self-sufficiency. But similar initiatives are not coming up in the IL seed sector, though we had several missions. Now recently we had the national mission on edible oils and palm oil. But that kind of focused efforts are required where not only seeds, but the related inputs and the management systems are very aggressively brought to the farmers. Knowledge empowerment of all the stakeholders is very important, because unless the farmers, growers are fully made aware, seed industry is continuously updated. Of course, we are also engaged in that process. The things will not come up. And from the industry side, I would like to tell you that the research varieties brought out by the seed industry. Over the years, Indian seed industry has developed state-of-the-art R&D infrastructure with them. And even they are capable of bringing out new varieties. And of course, their research varieties are need-based. So now there is a time that recognize the research varieties brought out by them. And they are also given equal place in the government schemes, because government schemes mostly say it is only certified seeds. So therefore, we don't get adequate good quality seeds. But if we recognize those seeds also, possibly Indian seed sector will be greatly supported. And then, sharing of germplasm with the Indian seed industry, credit support and subsidy for the seed industry is also very important, because they should be getting some support from the government so that they are able to strengthen their R&D infrastructure as well as the quality seed production system. Of course, from the industry perspective, we need to support the producers also, so that because they are a major part of the seed system in the country. Therefore, creating awareness with them and ensuring availability of quality seeds through the producer, like even foundation seeds and breeder seeds, so that they're able to produce adequate quantity of good quality seeds. And some incentives to the seed growing farmers for enhancing seed production. And the most important thing is the insurance scheme for seed production. That is very important, because we have crop insurance scheme, but there has to be an insurance scheme for seed production particularly, because so that these farmers are adequately incentivized. As far as the seed industry is concerned, then one is the research varieties of seeds. Industry brought out that has to be protected. A seed traceability system needs to be put in place so that always, good producers are recognized and spurious seed producers are phased out of the system. A farmer knows that whatever he is procuring is the source of the seed and it is credible and reliable. Then incentivizing the seed industry in various ways by which they are able to, vigorously take steps for producing the seeds of desired qualities. And when, and of course, involving them in various governmental seed programs. Like government has demonstration, cluster demonstration systems for the seeds, like, or even creating seed hubs in the country, and mostly public sector agencies are involved. But the private seed agencies also should be also involved in those programs, so that their efforts are fully utilized for seed development in the country. And active involvement of industry and research system is also very important, because then only we will be able to bring out a well-established seed system for the IL seeds. And of course, we have to go for focused research on high-yielding varieties, both involving public and private sector, enhanced application of modern molecular techniques, sharing of public research varieties and hybrids with the private sector at a reasonable pricing, strengthening of private sector industry, and greater integration of both in public and private seed research. Of course, encouraging the participation of private seed industry in governmental schemes, and including potential IL seed varieties hybrid developed by the private sector in government programs. So these are some of the initiatives which have to be carried forward in the coming days to get self-sufficiency in the IL seeds. And lastly, I will like to invite all of you because we are going to have Indian Seed Congress in 3rd and 4th March in Delhi. So we invite all of you to please come and join us in this mega event, where we'll be really discussing and brainstorming various issues which are, affecting our seed industry, and possibly a lot of new things may come out there also. So thank you so much for listening me patiently. If any question is there, it will be my pleasure to answer.
So thank you. Thanks for the fantastic presentation. I appreciate the presentation and overview of the seed industry. So you are really so nicely covered the overview of the Indian seed industry, and then what is the required, what are the challenges for the oil seed sector, and then oil seed. And then the most important part is like revival of the oil seed industry is the need of the hour. So that's the great points. And then you have emphasized a certain like synergies are required between the private and public seed industry, and also from the support from the government. So it is required like strengthening the seed industry, and also the support for the seed producers and also the seed growers in terms of the incentives. So which is required. And then more of like you mentioned that the seed subsidies and support is a seed subsidy, especially for the basic seed production, breeder seed and foundation seed production. Then for seed growers are not coming forward to take up these crops. And in addition, so there were the several seed traders and then small seed companies, they used to come forward for the seed multiplication. And then now, so they are saying that your breeder's seed cost is higher. They don't want to come into these seed crops, these crops like especially the groundnut and then soybean seeds in the government sector. And then another important one is that you also just, mentioned the synergy between the collaborations and then cooperation between the private and public in terms of the research, sharing the knowledge and sharing the infrastructure, training, then capacity building. So really wonderful the way forward for this. So your way forward for the seed industry support is really required. So thanks for your presentation. Can we have the questions at the end of the session?
Yes,
so now it is already time, and then so yeah, we can have so we can have the question at the end of the session.
Okay.
And then so it is already the session is, we are behind schedule. Let us break for the tree. So organizers already so given a caution for us
Thank you
to
so much.
have
Thank you,
a
everyone.
coffee break for about the 15 minutes. So now the time is the 11:19, and then we will be back by 11:39 or 11:40 sharp. Thank you very much.
Hello, just a small announcement. After tea break, we will have a panel discussion. I just request the panelists for this session, Dr. Prabhakar Rao, sir, President NSAI, Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao, sir, Ganga Kaveri Seeds Private Limited, Shri Manish Patel, sir, President APSA, Dr. Suresh, our Director, Dr. Vaibhav, sir, KOF, and Vidya Sagar Vibhash Seeds. Sir, if all the panelists are there, we will start after one lecture is there by Dr. Umarani. Afterwards, we will go for panel discussion. Once again, I read out the panelists' names. Dr. Prabhakar Rao, sir, President NSAI, Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao, sir, Shri Manish Patel, sir, Dr. Vaibhav, Dr. Vidya Sagar Vibhash Seeds. Thank you.
I will be in touch with you. So this is the mobile number. This one, okay. I'll be in touch with you. I'll connect the advance on your page with me. And I will take out note for this particular mission. It's a mission for me. We have to make it successful because we understood we zeroed out, we're trying to break. It's not happening. So collectively, we want to get together and it's not because at this production, we are not in the countries export that we will not spend. So unless the economic pressure will not suffice. Saying that if you can get export, if you control this product being there, the product has to be there. There is no signal of
Check. Hey. Check on. Hey. Check.
Hi, good morning. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, I'm Vaibhav. I have joined online.
Chairman has come. I request all the delegates and invitees, please gather in the auditorium. We will start our session. Please occupy the seats. Those who are waiting outside, can you come inside the auditorium? Hello. Hello, sir. Please gather everyone. Today we have immediately next session. So I request all the delegates, invitees, please come inside. We'll start our session.
They have to go and push them inside.
Yes. I request once again all the delegates, please gather in the auditorium. We will start our session. All of you, please occupy the seats.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back. And then let's start the our session. We'll continue the session. So now I request Dr. Uma Rani, Director Seeds, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore. She will be talking on the tree-borne oil seeds, challenges in oil quality seed production of tree-borne oil seeds. So she has a long experience in seed science and technology, of course, more than 25 years of her experience. And now she is leading the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University for the Seed Center. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So good morning, everybody. I'm happy to stand before you to present on tree-borne oil seeds, prospectus and challenges in quality seed supply availability. So tree-borne oil seeds, we must remember that it is a perennial crop. It will yield up to 40 to 50 years. So when a crop is perennial, any defect in the seed, if the seed is of poor quality, then that's going to be affecting the plantation for the next 40 to 50 years, which a farmer or anyone cannot bear with. There will be a huge economic loss. So the selection of seeds has to be done with great care, especially for tree-borne oil seeds, or for that matter, any tree plantations. So with respect to the quality, what we mention is two aspects. One is genetic quality. The other one is the physiological quality. So genetic worth will be reflected in the high growth rate, the tolerance to the biotic and abiotic stress. So the plant has to grow well to be highly productive. It should be able to withstand the biotic stress as well as the abiotic stress. With respect to the poor seed quality, if it is the seed sown is of lower quality, it will be recognized only late. Maybe 3 to 4 years after, you will see the plantation that it has not grown well. It is not uniform. It is not withstanding any stress, and it's not going to yield properly for the next coming years, maybe 2-3 decades. So there will be a great loss with respect to the economic aspects, time, labor, as well as energy. So we have to take much care with respect to selection of tree seeds if we want to grow a plantation of tree-borne oil seeds. So as I had explained earlier, so 2 aspects we have to bear in mind. One is the high genetic potential is important. Then the high seed quality in terms of germination %, physical purity, genetic purity, and moisture content is important. None of the 2 can be compromised. If it is compromised, then the plantation is going to be causing a great economic loss to the person who grows it. So the promotion of the tree-borne oil seeds was facilitated or was motivated by the National Biofuel Mission in 2003. And many of the national institutes like ICR, DST, DBT, CSIR, NOVAD board, all of them took the R&D efforts on TBOs. And with respect to crop improvement, it was suggested that identification of tree-borne oil crops has to be identified in order to get high seed yield and oil content. So first of all, the first thing is identification of the trees. The second one is identification of the provenance. You know, provenance is synonymous to variety with respect to the agricultural crops. So provenance means at which place that particular trees have originated. At that place, there is supposed to be a very good plantation naturally, and it would have been subjected to the natural selection by the vagaries of weather, and whatever population is remaining over there, they should be of a very good germplasm collection. So we have to select such provenances so as to get the seed material. So this can be used for crop improvement, maybe through plant breeding or biotechnological approaches. So these are the findings which were reported after the implementation of the National Biofuel Mission. So with respect to the crop management, standardization of agro-techniques is important. Then raising and supply of elite planting stocks is important. Seed collection, processing, testing, these are all the handling aspects are important. Then it's very important to develop package of practices for different TBOs. So these were the recommendations made after the implementation of National Biofuel Mission. So we'll talk about something about the tree improvement. So breeding and domestication of agricultural crops and animals on earth have been happening for several millennia. However, the modern, deliberate and organized tree improvement started in India or in the global level only after 1950s. So normally the tree improvement is based on 4 aspects. One is selection of the existing seed stand, which will be related to the provenance. So you'll select the existing natural seed stand, which has good qualities because of the natural selection. The second one is conversion of that particular seed stand into a seed production area. That is by phenotypic selection. Culling down of the poor yielding trees will lead to the establishment of seed production area. This is only for interim supply. This is not a permanent establishment. This is only for the interim supply of the good quality seeds. So then what will be the permanent establishment? It should be the establishment of seed orchard. So you should collect the seeds from the seed production area or the clones from the seed production area and establish a separate plantation based on the design which is approved. And you have to go for phenotypic selection, culling, and then genotypic selection, and then culling. This will lead to the establishment of seed orchard, which will be popularly called as Generation 1 seed orchard. And seeds from this seed orchard can be collected, or the clones, and another plantation can be raised. By raising this, same phenotypic and genotypic selection can be made, and the remaining population will be called as second generation seed orchard. So you can imagine, compared to the genetic worth of the seed stand, after the 2 genotypic selections, the seed orchard second generation will have higher genetic worth with respect to the productivity, maybe of the timber, if it is a timber species, but in this case, tree-borne oil seeds. Productivity and oil content can be improved only because of this method, because this is not a plant, this is a tree. So with respect to the seed production area, as I have already discussed, the tree stand will be selected. Step 1, selection of the plus trees. So step 2 is roguing of the inferior trees. And then management. Management means if it is closer, then you have to open up the crown. Management, weed management, fertilizer application, irrigation. So by this, you can get interim source of the high quality seeds. So next comes the seed orchard. So after the establishment of seed production area, first generation and second generation seed orchard can be established. And finally, you can see even up to 30% improvement in the productivity can be obtained when compared to the seed stand. So this is a neem seed orchard. So for establishing a seed orchard, you should have a minimum of 15 to 25 clones or families. Clones mean it is vegetative, families means it is collection and propagation through seeds. Then you have to take care that it minimized selfing and maximized outcrossing should take place. So this will help to obtain a sufficient genetic base. Only once the genetic base is higher, there is more possibility of getting higher quality of seed. So you can see there is genetic gain improvement in the average phenotypic value, and due to the selection within the population and over cycles of breeding, the selection differential will be huge, and you will get over the generations, you will get better quality genetic gain. So all this while we were talking about the tree improvement. So a seed stand, if it yields, for example, 10 kg per seed, for example, then the seed orchard should be able to establish 30% more. Okay. So this is with respect to the genetic worth or tree improvement. Now coming to how to handle the seeds. So there are 2 aspects. One is seed handling. That is, you have to standardize how the seeds have to be extracted, to what extent you can dry, how to process it, how long it can be stored, and how the quality can be enhanced. Everything will come under seed handling. With respect to quality, the field standards, we know for the agricultural crops, you have the Seed Act 1968, so 66, and then Seed Rules 1968. There we deal with the agricultural crops, but such regulations are not available for the tree crops. However, they are all important to facilitate regulation of the quality seeds and supply of quality planting materials. So we have to establish seed standards. These are all not done so far. We have to concentrate on these aspects. Seed standards for TBOs, then Seed Act and quality regulation should also be extended to the TBOs. So coming to the major tree species which bear the oil seeds, the neem, Azadirachta indica, Pongamia pinnata, Maduka longifolia, Cymeroba glauca, Calophyllum enophyllum, Jatropha curcus, Garcinia indica, and then Jojoba, Cimendosa chinensis. So we should standardize the season of collection. You know, the tree seeds will yield the seeds only once in a year. If you are missing that particular season, then for the entire year, you won't be able to get the seeds. Therefore, seed collection, the period of seed collection is very, very important. The second thing is the maturity index. At what stage the seeds have to be collected. That will be based on the physical index of the, that is a color change of the fruits. Then after that, temporary storage, then seed extraction, seed drying, seed treatment, and seed storage. All these things have to be standardized, but so far, very few efforts have been taken. At least for neem, it has been done. So the bearing age is 8 years. Flowering is during March. Maturity index is yellowish green. The month of the collection is May, June. Extraction is wet extraction. It is a pulpy fruit. So you have to put inside the water, macerate it, and then strain it to remove the pulp and get the seeds. So the yield will be like 20 to 40 kg per tree. Moisture content has to be reduced to 8%, but the seed storage is very, very low. You can get good quality seedlings with a higher germination only up to 1 month. The common aspect with respect to all the tree-borne oil seeds, for that matter, oil seeds, maybe in the agricultural crops also, the storage life is very, very low, especially the TBOs, that is the tree-borne oil seeds. The seed storage is very, very low. So with respect to Pongamia pinnata, the seed storage, it can be stored up to 4 months. It's better than the neem. So, but here it is only pods. So you have to go for dry extraction. Maturity index is brown pods. Month of collection is January, March. So if you want to collect the seeds of Pungam, you have to follow this particular schedule when it is flowering, when the seeds can be collected. If you are going to take up collection across the country or across the state, you have to plan accordingly. In few places, it will be flowering earlier. In few places, it will be flowering later. So a timetable has to be formed and then religiously followed so that you don't miss seeds from any region. So similarly, you come to jojoba. Studies have not been taken with respect to maturity index, seed extraction. Only the conventional methods are being followed, and studies have to be taken on seed storage. So similarly, you have Jatropha curcus, Cymaroba glauca. So we have to take up similar studies. Now coming to seed storage, as I said, it's very, very important. Moisture, oxygen, light, and temperature are the 4 factors which will affect the seed storage life, especially the oil seeds. Oxidation is a problem. So we have to definitely study the role of nitrogen storage, modified atmospheric storage, as well as vacuum storage for extending the storage life of such seeds. So with respect to seed quality regulation, so we have field standard, seed standard certification for agricultural crops, but such things are not available for the tree crops. We have to take all these things into consideration. So with respect to minimum standards in TNAU, we have standardized for neem, what should be the pure seed, what should be the maximum inert matter, all those things. Like the agricultural crops, we have done for neem. Similarly, we have to do for other tree crops also. So this is one aspect, that is seed certification. Standing in Hyderabad, I would like to insist that the Indo-Danish project 1979 on seed procurement and tree improvement was actually carried out in Hyderabad, and it formulated a scheme entitled Certification of Forest Reproductive Material in India. This scheme was based on OECD standards, schemes, and guides, but to date it has not been implemented. It is only as a proposal. So as you have in the crops, that is breeder seed yellow tag, golden yellow, foundation seed white and blue. Similarly here also for seed stands, they have proposed yellow tags. Like that, tagging is important and you have to manage the quality. So this is with respect to a new method of propagation. This is seed cubes. It's an improvement over seed pelleting, and it is very useful for aerial sowing. So I'll just go through quickly. It involves seed coating for improvement of the seed quality, and then the priming, and then we go for, so we place the seeds in seed cube material. So it will be like a chicky cubes. So we make it like this, seed cubes. And when you keep the cube on the surface of the soil without any pits or something, you just water it, then you will be able to get the seedlings. So Mars afforestation programs with the TBOs can be taken by the new technology developed in Forest College and Research Institute, TNAU. So the cost will be much, much lower compared to the transplantation of the seedlings. So aerial sowing through drones or helicopters or aeroplanes, etc., can be done with the seed cubes. So it involves coating, priming, and then the seed cube mixture is already standardized with all the bio inputs as well as slow release organic fertilizer formulations. So conclusion is we have to establish gene banks. We have to go for vigorous tree improvement programs. We have to standardize the silvicultural management techniques, and we have to look into the probability of certification, and we have to standardize the seed handling. Everything is waiting for us. So all are the researchable issues, and we also have to try the new methods of propagation like seed cubes. So thank you so much for the patient hearing. Any questions?
So thanks, madam, for the excellent presentation. It is really a nice presentation. So many of us, it's eye-opening for us, the oil-borne seed crops. So that is the most important. So when we look at the internationally, all the international organizations, they will see equally, like unlike other crops, the food crops and oil seed crops. So really, however, so I don't say we have been neglecting, but we need to just improve in this area. Then in the tree seeds and then so whenever we travel to the outside the India, so they are asking what is the position in the tree seed production, and also the tree research, and then how. So you have been cultivating all the tree and shrub crops. So I would request you to please join with the international organizations in these areas. There are several organizations, especially in the European organizations, and another is also from the United States. I think probably you can collaborate, and then you can bring us the latest technique for the multiplication and the establishing the seed orchards. And then the another, so you brought out the one important one is the Indian minimum seed certification standard and certification standard. So really it is required. In other crops, if you look at the France, Italy, and also in some other European countries, they have their certification standards for the tree species. So I think so that's the good area for us to develop the Indian minimum seed certification standards. And then the another important one is the seed storage technology. You mentioned that the storage factors. So here I did not hear previously. I think oxygen is also one of the major factors for the seed storage life in the tree seeds, but it is an important topic. I think so we can just play with the carbon dioxide storage research, and then we can have, I think so Netherlands is working on that. So probably you can so collaborate with them. So finally, the seed handling technique is also important for the Indian conditions. So thank you very much for your excellent presentation once again, madam. So can I just ask if any questions or anything? I think so now it is open for the questions and then answering, and then so ready to take the questions. Yeah. And then could you please join with us, madam, so that so we can have the concluding session, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please. Sir, could you please mention that? So I think so we have the 3 speakers today, so who are ready to take the questions. So Dr. Tripathi, and then Mr. Sudhakar and Dr. Umarani.
Okay,
so,
this,
please.
this question for Dr. Umarani. Thank you for the excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
In your presentation, one thing I'm not very familiar. I'm from Malaysia, more familiar with the oil palm rather than TBO. This is the first time I'm hearing the word TBO. So I just want to, one thing what was absent or I missed is these TBOs, are they mainly cross-pollinated or self-pollinated? You're not highlighted the pollination aspects in your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Sir, mostly all the trees are cross-pollinated. Similarly, one point I did not throw it before the audience. As you have the isolation distance for the agricultural crops, you have to maintain the pollen dilution zone with respect to the plantation crops. That is very, very important, so that the pollen from the other trees does not travel to the seed production area or the seed orchard so that the genetic worth does not go down. We have to maintain the pollen dilution zone, which is synonymous with the isolation distance, which we follow in the agricultural crops. And this is because all the tree crops are mostly cross-pollinated.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So, is anybody? I think so. There was a question from Dr. Jansi Rani before our coffee break. Yeah, please.
My question is to Dr. Tripathi. Sir, you have nicely presented the National Seed Association of India activities and other things. So my concern is regarding the new seed bill. So in spite of having very good provisions, which is more industry friendly and farmer friendly and also the research institute friendly, why it is kept in cold storage, and what is the initiation that NSAA is doing to bring it out into the mainstream so that it can be accepted by both the houses of the parliament. So since 10 years, we have been teaching the provisions of Seed Bill 2004 and new Seed Bill. When a student asks the questions, where is it? We are unable to answer it. Can you please throw some light on the new Seed Bill, sir?
Thank you, madam, for a very relevant question, but very difficult to answer. In fact, seed bill is something very big issue, and we've been trying our level best and giving our inputs how best it can be implemented. But meanwhile, what we have done that there are certain regulations which is easy for the government to do. One is your seed control order. Because the seed control order has been notified by the ministry only, and anything below the act comes under the purview of the government itself. So they don't need to go to the cabinet for that. So we are vigorously pursuing with the government to at least amend the seed control order, because the seed control order was also, when notified, it was basically addressing the dealers, seed marketers. But now the seed industry has grown multidimensionally. You know, the seed industry has got its very strong R&D system. Seed industry has been playing a very, very dominant role, you know, in the entire seed production, processing, storage, and distribution system. So, because the seed control order has also not been, amended as per the changes in the seed sector. So every state is, interpreting it its own manner. So there is no uniformity between different states about implementing even that seed control order. And our seed companies are so big; they are operating in multiple states. So it becomes very difficult for them, to apply in different states and carry out seed business. So we have already given a draft to the government to go for a harmonized seed licensing system is one, so that there is a uniform licensing across the country. Second thing is, we have also proposed that the seed control order should also include the various other activities by the seed company, like seed research and development, seed production, seed processing, and seed logistics. So that suppose you are even now the time has changed, it's a time of 3P logistics, that you are simply doing seed processing on custom basis. So the seed control order does not have a provision to license such entities. So to strengthen the seed sector, we have been following it with the government. And though the response we get from the policy makers, they say it's good and we are working on it. So let us hope our initiatives in those directions will be successful. But of course, seed bill, it's a big challenge, and I think it's a political decision, so difficult to, answer that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
you, sir. It was it's a good question, and then right question, but it is the right question to the wrong person. And then I would say it is we need to just take into the ministry, or we have to influence to the parliament again. So it is much difficult for all of us, even everybody. We have been talking since long 20 years about the seed bill passing, and then its amendments in the parliaments. And then I would quote the example of in other countries, like you take the Australia and the New Zealand. So both the countries, they don't have the, so it doesn't have the seed legislations. They work only on the seed frameworks. The reason was, so they could not able to pass their bill in their parliament as per the political, and then so they stopped discussing in the legislation system. So now since long time, so they have been just following the framework. So it doesn't have the seed legislation in these countries. So similarly, we have been moving forward. And let us hope for the best. In near future, we will come up with a new seed bill passed in the parliament. Thank you. So can we?
I have got one question. My question is to Dr. Tripathi. Sir, as time since many decades now, seed industry is playing major role in seed supply to farmers. But in many oilseed crops or many crops, private seed companies are still producing old seeds, that old varieties and hybrids that were released even 3 decades, 4 decades back. So can you take some proactive measures to replace the old varieties and hybrids with new hybrids developed from either the public sector or even from private sector? Because what we see on ground, many small seed companies or even bigger seed companies, they are selling old varieties and thereby causing a huge loss to the farmers. So this is a serious concern. So.
Good, Dr. Saab. I think we got the question. I think so. Tripathi ji, could you please
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
brief?
See, it's a good question, really.
Yeah.
I think there are two important issues in this background.
Be brief. Yeah, thank you.
Highlight. One is that still the so-called research varieties brought out by the private seed industry, it is not being recognized by the governmental programs. So we are still following, and we are hopeful that the research varieties developed by the private seed companies, they will find a place in the governmental programs, and so that it is encouraged by various support systems. So that we are pursuing our level hard. And second thing is that now the public varieties which are developed and notified, they are also given to the private sector for further multiplication and distribution. So incidentally, even from that side, a lot of good varieties, promising varieties are not coming, because the farmers now, because the oil seeds are faced with many challenges which have to be addressed. Like, drought tolerance, it's a big issue, because still our majority of oil seed crops are very limited area is irrigated. So mostly rain fed. So there is a lot of need for, need-based varieties. So that we are taking up with the various institutions as the government. So hopefully things will take place.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So now I can just, so now I invite the, so I'm sorry. So yours is the last question. Okay, we don't have the time.
Thank you.
Yeah,
so,
please.
I would like to, I'm sorry, I'm traveling here. So again, Dr. Tripathi. I have a question to Dr. Tripathi. So my name is Sridhar. I am from WWF India. Sir, actually, so the oil crops are being promoted, so as everyone knows, and so for the last 2 day sessions, I came to know that, so the sector is being promoted like anything. So by introducing the high yielding varieties and, so hybrids and there's GMs also. And so my question is, so your opinion on the, so the future threat in case the primary crops are replaced by the, oil crops. Primary food crops, just like, rice, wheat, and other things. And my second question is, so you mentioned, in your presentation, 20% of the oil sector is being increased every year, right? So seed sector, okay. So probably I'm wrong. So I mean, so if that is the case, so this figure is came up just because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
So, you had two questions. One was about the seed growth of seed sector. And second thing, you say that a lot of thrust is there on oilseed production. But in my presentation also, I try to highlight. Again, I will tell you, we had the National Food Security Mission, where the production of wheat, rice, and pulses, some target was given and it was to be achieved. And a lot of efforts were done. Not only in bringing out the varieties, but also, popularizing them. So you have to make available supporting inputs also, because like I remember in Food Security Mission, the cultivators, the cono weeders, various kind of inputs, fertilizers, they were also being supported so that the farmers are aware that how the productivity of the crops can be achieved. Now in oil seeds, we are still not able to, exploit the full genetic potential of the varieties. It's not only the shortage of varieties, but also whatever is available, its full potential has to be exploited. So for that, we have to provide a lot of inputs to the farmers, support to the farmers, various other technologies and inputs which enhance the productivity of oil seeds. And, making it accessible to all, like even private sector also is freely, bringing out the high yielding varieties, and it should be accepted by the system. So the whole, package of efforts are required to do that. So I don't say that it's not being done, but really thrust is needed to be given to this. Second thing, I think your question is already answered. When we talk about the seed sector, it's the whole, it's not only oil seed, it's the whole seed sector. So seed industry is going fast, but oil seed production, not in that way. So that is answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. So now, I invite the Mr. Rajiv Vignesh, Director Technical NSI, and also Dr. R.K. Tripathi. So come on to the dais for the concluding this complete session. So thank you. Thanks once again for all the responses. So now I request my co-chair, so Mr. Sudhakar, to conduct the proceedings for the concluding session. Thank you.
Out of the five speakers, Kent and Saba, they are online. Yes. Now with the present speakers, we will have concluding remarks on this session. So please. Now, Rapporteur. Okay.
So, very warm good afternoon to everyone assembled here. So, myself, Rajiv Vignesh, I'm part of VVV and Sons Edible Oils Limited. We make sesame oil in the brand name Idayam and groundnut oil in the brand name Mantra. So, we have been in the edible oil industry since 1943. So from 2004 onwards, we have been working towards increasing the availability of sesame seeds in the market. Because since 2004 onwards, the price of the sesame seeds are going high because of the increase in the price of the raw material. Because the demand is more and the supply is less. So to increase the supply, we started identifying the various reasons, and one important reason is availability of good quality sesame seeds for the farmers to sow during every season. So right now, summer being the most important sowing season for sesame seeds. So this year we have purchased 10 tons of sesame seeds from different private seed suppliers, and we have ordered 2 tons of seeds from Virudhachalam and Dindivanam. So they are going to be supplied to us. And right now we are focusing on providing these seeds to the farmers in the state of Tamil Nadu, starting from February 15 to March 15 when the sowing happens. The sowing is happening now also. So starting from Jan 15, February 15, up to March 15, sowing happens in different areas in Tamil Nadu. So for quality seed availability, with regard to sesame seeds, we are planning to work together with the scientists and the farmers in the state of Tamil Nadu. The reason why we are right now focusing on Tamil Nadu is the biggest state in terms of domestic consumption of sesame seeds, for sesame oil especially, because for our company alone, in one financial year, we require around 50,000 tons of sesame seeds for one company. So there are around 50 sesame oil brands in Tamil Nadu. So all these sesame oil brands in the state of Tamil Nadu, the South Indian states especially, actually Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka use a lot of sesame oil. So the demand is increasing, and especially after COVID, the need for sesame oil, the need for traditional edible oils, the need to use Indian domestic traditional oils is keeping on increasing. So we have taken up on behalf of our company 2 objectives. One, quality seed availability. To make it available, we are taking the efforts from our side, and to reduce, to provide farm mechanization in sesame cultivation wherever possible. So this year we have taken up the objective of using a sesame seed sowing machine to sow sesame seeds. So, we will be presenting about that machinery in the sesame session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Marani.
Okay.
Any specific things?
Yes, sir. Sir, with respect to sesame was the first crop on which I started my research on seed pelleting. So seed pelleting is a technology wherein you can increase the size and then the shape of the seeds. You get a regular shaped seeds of 3 mm or 2.5 mm size, which will be useful for mechanical sowing. And you know that these days labor is the biggest shortage, and we propose that we can take up studies on seed pelleting for all the small seeded crops, especially sesame, so that mechanized sowing can be taken up in large scale. This is one aspect. The other aspect, the tree-borne oil seeds can be propagated in areas where we consider as wastelands, which are not yet cultivated. There are also some trees which give your edible oils. So such trees we can promote in the areas which are not under cultivation with the easily utilizable technologies like seed cube technologies, wherein we can go for coating, priming, and then cubing of the seeds for rapid propagation with lesser economic investment. So these are the 2 aspects which I want to insist. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for your concluding remarks. Dr. Tripathi ji, anything finally to the audience?
So, thank you very much for giving time given to me for concluding remarks. In fact, I will like to say that one thing is that we have to all work together. So let us not see the whole oilseed crop improvement from one point of view, but it has to be a holistic approach, like providing quality seed, enabling input system for the oil seeds, enabling policy for supporting it, and also empowering farmers to take up oil seeds crops in a very remunerative manner, so that they are also encouraged And all their difficulties and constraints which they are facing are resolved in the time-bound manner. We have a lot of potential to increase the production and productivity of oil seeds, because still the genetic potential of the improved varieties of oil seed has not been fully exploited. Other thing is that though area has not been increasing, but still we have the scope, like particularly in case of rice, the rice fallows. After rice crop, many parts the land is lying fallow. So even this can be utilized. Second thing is that now the oil seed revolution has to come from the eastern sector of the country. Again, this is an area like eastern UP, Bihar, West Bengal, Orissa, certain parts of the northeastern states, Jharkhand. These states have got a lot of potential for expanding the oil seed production. So I think some stress and focus needs to be given on those areas also. That's my thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi ji. I would like to add to him that the soybean cultivation in Telangana was restricted only for Kharif crop. But now, last year, we have done with few farmers, and they have successfully got the soybean crop in Rabi also. And now this year, I think the area is going to increase. In Andhra Pradesh also, in Rabi season, this soybean crop is being taken up. So this will take a major change. Why? Because in Kharif, soybean crop is being damaged by the rains at the verge of the harvesting. So the shift in the cultivation from season Kharif to Rabi will bring a major change in soybean, I think. That's one thing. The second thing I would like to add, that in case of oil seeds, only castor, sunflower, and mustard are cross-pollinated, whereas the other are all only self-pollinated crops. So there is advantage and disadvantage with these self-pollinated crops. Easy to manage at the farmer's level. There is not much difficulty. But the problem is we don't have hybridization part with these self-pollinated crops. But with the castor, sunflower, and mustard, with the hybrids, we have high potential for higher yields. This is another aspect. Then in case of, there is one major intervention is required in case of oil palm, where there is no minimum MSP. MSP is not there for the oil palm. But whereas in Telangana, during this year, 50,000 hectares has been added for the cultivation of oil palm. So the minimum support price to be declared by the government, at least at the rate of 20,000 per ton. So this will increase the oil seed availability, and it will create an awareness among the farmers or give enthusiasm to them for cultivating more of the oil palm also. So this will be one additional area apart from our annual crops. So once this oil palm is there, it will keep giving us the yield for the next continuously 10 years. So the keeping that in view, then we can plan for the annual crops also. So with these remarks, I hand over the mic to the chairperson for his final concluding remarks. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Sudhakar, and all the speakers who gave the good remarks at the and then their concluding recommendations, I would say. So really, it's a wonderful session. So now we are almost the closing at the end of the session, right? And then so this session on the seed systems or seed is essential part, and then it is very much required. Quality seed is the most important to enhance the oilseed crop yields. Then when we look at the farmers always look for the good quality seed. So therefore we have to be like supply the quality guaranteed seeds. And then so during the coffee break, so one of the scientists, he was discussing why we should have the why we should have the more than 30% of seed replacement rate in the groundnut and soybean. Yes, in both the crops, we need to have a more than 30% of seed replacement rate as far as possible, maximum, even more than 60%, 70% of seed replacement rate is required. The reason was at the farm level, at the villages, then farmers are not getting the quality seed and then preferred crop varieties. As a result, and so he has been depending on the so millers are in the normal commercial market, and then he is buying the seeds without the name of the variety even sometimes. So therefore, if you look at now in the groundnut scenario, so we heard about the TMV2, and then we have been hearing from again this K6, and then after that K6, K8, K9, and then recently there was a K1312 from the Anantapur, and then now still the farmer today, he has been, and then he is demanding for the K6 only. And then however the K6 now, when we look at the market and when we look at with the seed trader or at the mandis, and now we are only getting the mixed seeds, we are not getting the genuine seeds. So that is as a result, the yields have been reducing at the farmers level. So therefore, need to encourage the inclusive seed sector or inclusive seed systems, which includes both formal, informal. We too have the informal seed system. It is really the mixed seed system, like the cooperatives in the Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, they are producing the soybean seed production. And then in similar way, even for the groundnut, and then we need to just we need to frame our rules, or the need to have a policy framework at the government level for supply, for multiplication and supply of good quality seeds to the farmers. So always the challenge was for all the national seeds corporation and public state seeds corporations, the challenge was the breeder seed cost. So as a result, the seed grower is not coming forward to purchase and multiply the seeds and then if you compare with the other crops, like here, the groundnut seed, the highest seed cost is paying among all the crops. The farmer need to pay the highest seed costs for the groundnut. So he's not able to just pay buy the seeds from outside, and then it is costing for him sometimes 9,000 to 10,000, sometimes even the 12,000 if he wants to, and then he wishes to have a good quality seeds. So therefore, he has been just depending on the local markets or the local commercial or some oil mills, and then he has been, so they are buying the seeds from the mills at the cost of the 4,000, 5,000 rupees per acre. Per acre, if he wants to just plant the seeds with the genuine and preferred quality seeds, and then he has to spend that 9,000 to 10,000 rupees per acre. So it is difficult for him. So nowadays, so therefore, I think we may have to think. So our Dr. Tripathi ji, so he came out with a incentive or subsidy is required, maybe in terms of basic seed multiplication or foundation or certified seed supply, so whatsoever. Then coming to again, so India has a great potential on these crops, and then we are exporting as well. So therefore, we need to improve our crop yields by supplying the quality seeds. And there are certain countries, there are especially like Austria and then Italy. So they are looking at us to import the quality seeds in sunflower and then safflower. However, we are not able to multiply the seeds from our region. So therefore, the potential is plenty, but so we need to have a policy. A separate policy is required for this category of the seeds, the oil seed crops. And then several, like a plethora of problems. If you start from breeder until it goes to the farms and then farmers field. So there are several problems in these crops due to various reasons, as I mentioned at the beginning. So therefore, we need to have even the joint secretary seats. They are also looking in this perspective. They wanted to have a kind of a separate policy framework so that we can able to supply the quality seeds to the farming community. And then so in order to improve the oil seed crop production. So the one of the main the key is we need to again have a framework on these crops. So with this, I thank you everyone. I thank everyone. I also extend my thanks to all eminent speakers and then who have given the physically, and also there were the two virtual presentations, one from United States and another from the France. They have given a wonderful presentations on diverse topics, and then I would like to take the opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to the IIOR for organizing this satellite symposium on seed systems for oil seeds. And then so thanks for conducting the great support in smooth conduct of this session. I also thank my co-chair, so Mr. Sudhakar, and then the wonderful moderation at the end and then concluding session. So last but not least, and then I congratulate each and every one of you, and then thank you very much for the organizers, organizing secretary Oilseed Conference, and also the director Indian Institute of Oilseed Research. Thank you one and all. So thanks for the opportunity.
Sir, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank Dr. Keshavlu for making it convenient to attend this session, to chair this session and conduct it very ably and finish it off in time. Similarly, I would like to thank Mr. Sudhakar for accepting our invitation to co-chair the session and also make the presentation at a very short notice. I also thank the other speakers on the stage and the rapporteurs and the audience also. It's our privilege to felicitate the speakers and also the chairman and co-chairman. I request the chairman and co-chairman to felicitate the speakers. I request Dr. Sujata to felicitate the chairman. I request chairman to felicitate the co-chair, Sudhakar. Now it's to Uma. And Rajiv Vignesh. And then Dr. Tripathi. Everyone is over. Sir, please stand for the photograph. Thank you once again, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So friends, we have finished one satellite symposium on seed systems. Actually, now there are two concurrent sessions already which have started. One on brassica, and the other one on soybean. I think the third one also on groundnut has started. So I'll just make an announcement now again, which room is for what. Brassica or mustard is in hall number 1 in the first floor on the left side. And then there is soybean, which is in hall number 2, again in the first floor. And satellite symposium on groundnut has again started in the ground floor, that's in the Robin Hall. Now we will start with the satellite symposium on niche crops here in this hall. This will be followed by the satellite symposium on biodiesel production or on TBOs. So that shall come after this satellite symposium. Therefore, if you are interested in joining for the satellite symposium on either brassica or soybean or groundnut, you can move to the respective halls. Hall number 1, brassica, hall number 2, soybean, and in the Robing Hall, ground floor, it is groundnut. Those of you who are staying back for the satellite symposium on niche crops, I request all of you to come forward and occupy the first 3-4 rows. Again, speakers have put in their time to make these presentations. It will be good if there is a better interaction. So I request all of you to come to the front rows. This will break only for lunch after another 1.5 hours. So we'll finish 6 presentations before lunch. Therefore, I request all of you to come forward and sit in the front rows, please. Yeah, I request now the moderator, Dr. R.D. Prasad, for this session to take over and invite the chairperson and start the proceedings. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are already running late by 45 minutes. Without wasting much time, I request our chairman of this session, concurrent the session on niche oilseed crops, Dr. Y.G. Prasad, Director CICR Nagpur, to occupy the dais, and 2 co-chairpersons, Madam Dr. Rajini and Madam Dr. Uma, also to come over to the dais. I will briefly try to introduce Dr. Y.G. Prasad, Chairman. Dr. Y.G. Prasad is very well known to the audience. He has been a very prominent research and extension leader in the country. He is illustrious alumnus of 2 prestigious institutions in the country. Bapatla Agriculture College, Bapatla, where he did his BSc Agriculture, and his MSc and PhD in entomology from Indian Institute of Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. And his research professional career spanning over 3 decades. Dr. Prasad started his his research career at our own Directorate of Oilseed Research, Hyderabad, wherein he has extensively worked on development of integrated pest management technologies, and through participatory farmers participatory research, and he has developed BAPM modules for castor pests and sunflower pests. And later on, he moved to Central Research Institute for Dryland Agriculture, and where he has shouldered many responsibilities as a convener of national efforts on development of contingency plans. For nearly, he has involved in development of contingency plans to meet aberrant weather situations for nearly 560 districts in the country. And he has also led the multi-institutional consortium research projects as a PI under NIAP and NAP and NATP, through which he has developed pest forewarning and decision support systems for important pests for major crops like cotton, pigeon pea, groundnut, and groundnut. Later on, he has also shouldered the responsibility of this technology demonstration component of Government of India's prestigious mega program of that National Initiative Innovations in Climate Resilience in Agriculture, NICRA. So through participation of nearly 121 KVK spread over the country. And he has, to his credit, many awards, the important being one, this Bap Reddy Award of Plant Protection Association of India, and the Golden Globe Award of Ministry of Information and Technology for his role in ICT development in agriculture under Digital India Mission, and he has published more than 100 research articles in international and national journals. And to introduce my co-chair persons, Dr. Uma. She's well-known conventional and molecular breeder. She has worked on pulses, and currently she's Associate Director of Research at GQAK Bangalore, and she's heading our sunflower program at or ECRIP sunflower program at GQAK Bangalore. And Madam Rajini is also our co-chairperson here. She's also well-known sesame breeder. She's coordinating as in charge ECRIP coordinator of Sesame and Niger since 2017, and she's principal scientist at the same unit for long. So with this, I request my chairperson, Dr. Vajji Prasad sir, to conduct the proceedings. And we have, sir, we have 6 presentations slated in this session, and 15 minutes this time given to them. So thank you, sir.
Both the rapporteurs are also welcome to both the rapporteurs, and a warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates, and also my co-chair, Dr. Rajani, and also Dr. Uma, Dr. R.D., who is the convener of this session, and to both the rapporteurs on my own behalf, and to all of you who have assembled here. And at the outset, I think this particular session on niche oilseeds is all about our own crops. So much of it is already known, but what advances we are making, I think we let us focus on that, and then let us see what is the way forward to actually increase the oilseed production, productivity, and oil output. Without much further comments from my side, of all our familiar crops, we would like to listen to our coordinators and lead scientists who are coordinating and spearheading the research on castor, safflower, sunflower, sesame and Niger, and linseed. These are our bread and butter crops. Let us hear, and then let us discuss the ways and means of increasing the oilseed output productivity and the oil outputs. First, I would like to welcome Dr. Lavanya to present on the topic Ricinus, a super species. 15 minutes time, so that we are already running late, and we should not delay the lunch for the delegates. So I would like to request the speakers to stick to the time so that we can have some discussion as well before we end up close the session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Vajji Prasad, and a very good afternoon to all of you. So today I'll be giving a talk on this Ricinus, a super species. So you all must be wondering what is a super species, but just a brief background. We will be knowing about the botanical background, why it is called a super species, and the recent crop improvement approaches and achievements, and what are all the researchable issues and the strategic roadmap. This is what I would like to cover today. And we all know India is the leading country in the world for the castor area production and productivity, occupying about 70% of the world's castor area. And then even for production also, India is the leading country, occupying giving about 85%, and we earn more than 5,000 crores through the export of castor seed. And if you see the area production and productivity in India, the trends, though the area has decreased from more than 1 million hectare to now around 8 lakh hectares only, the surprising fact is that the productivity has not come down. It has increased from 1.6 to now 2.2 tons per hectare. So this is what I think, though there is this has the increase in productivity mainly due to the hybrids, which has compensated the steep decline in area. So this is what the amazing thing in castor. And we know that major castor growing areas, though castor is a rain-fed crop, the major rain-fed areas like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka, all these rain-fed castor growing areas occupy very less compared to the major state, Gujarat, then followed by Rajasthan, and then a very lesser extent to Haryana. So there is now a critical, very distinct advantages of growing castor in irrigated conditions, and a major biotic and abiotic problems in the rain-fed castor growing areas. And just to know about the genus part, it is a monotypic genus. All must be knowing it. For those people who are not aware of it, it comes under the family Euphorbiaceae, which has a huge number of genera and subspecies. The origin is polyphyletic because there are several centers of origin for this crop, but mainly it is considered as Ethiopian East African region. But if you see the amount of distribution in castor in India and other countries, we can never imagine that it is restricted to only one country. It has a multiple origin. And only the difference between species, subspecies, superspecies, though you know that the communis is a species, the most fundamental unit within a genera. So the plants or the populations within this group can interbreed freely within and among themselves. But within the subspecies, within the species, we have the subspecies. And more than that, the superspecies term has been coined because we have a group of closely related, which are geographically separated species. Because if you see the distribution of castor in several countries, but all of them can interbreed very well among them. The fertility restoration or the fertile offspring is the criteria for dividing these into species or superspecies. So that's why the term geographically that is called the which evolved from different allopatric populations of the same parent species. Allopatric, nothing but geographic speciation, or it is considered through a Dumbbell model. When you see the evolution part, you'll be knowing about these terms. And it is surprising, the only commercial crop which is monotypic genus. There are few examples which are single species, around 6 species I could found, but it is the only commercial crop where only single genus is monotypic genus with no species. But the main evolutionary disadvantage is that it is a lack of diversity because of the only subspecies are present which can cross very freely among themselves. And if you see the evolutionary status of traits in castor, it appears that there are large number of very widely distinct characters which are somewhat primitive and somewhat advanced. So it has both the traits which are advanced to a certain extent and which are still remaining primitive, like a perennial habit, which we have converted into a biennial or annual. And the phyllotaxy also spiral phyllotaxy, and leaves also simple. So several characters, the castor plant retains some of the primitive traits. And if you see the distribution of the species, mainly subspecies, all of them have distributed well around the world, coming from southwestern of Asia, Africa, Europe, Russia, and several parts of the country, the world. So even the indica species mainly restricted to India, Pakistan, Asia, and Australia, and Zanzibaris and Rude valleys. So it indicates that it has a wide geographical distribution, but still it is able to cross among themselves. So that's why this it's coined as superspecies in castor. And if you see the variability in subspecies, there are several morphological characters which are showing very distinct characters. And mainly the selection is made for indehiscent capsules, that is non-shattering capsules, and a single female spike, dwarf internodes, and early maturity. So with this, the selection process initiated long back. And the uniqueness of this superspecies is that it is cross-pollinated, but there is no inbreeding depression. Within the plant also, the panicle, it tries to self-pollinate within the primary spike, but whereas the secondary and tertiary spikes tend to cross-pollinate. So that's why there is no problem of inbreeding depression. And we breeders were able to inbreed several parental lines and then bring about hybrids. And morphological variation, several characters are there, but all of them are independently asserting. There is no linkage among these. And there is sufficient geographical diversity, but it is not linked to genetic diversity. If you see the genomic part of castor, it is very limited. DNA is available. And the most important crucial part is that there is very high amount of genotype into environment interaction for plant and cell exhibition. So if you see the sex expression, it is predominantly monoecious, but very polymorphic for sex expression. And there are around very good natural genetic resources collected all around the world. Several countries have maintained their own genetic resources, especially in India, we have around 4,000 collections at NVPGR, and total we have around 11,300 accessions. At IOR, we have a repository of 3,000 accessions, and among them exotic collections also will be maintained. And the crucial part is that genetic resources are being screened for the major biotic stresses and even abiotic stresses, and the procedures for screening is very much standardized in our ASRP system and even at IOR. And with that system, we could able to identify very good sources of resistance to fusarium wilt, root rot, gray mold, reniform nematode, leafhopper, leaf miner, capsule borer, drought, and salinity. And even we have lines which are early maturity. And the most important link to this international conference is that we have lines which have high ricinoleic acid content, which is very crucial for several industrial products. And there are some selections made worldwide from these subspecies itself. And these varieties are already being utilized in the breeding programs, especially like Baker, Lynn, Dawn, and Hale. All these have been utilized in the breeding program. And the breeding program started long back in 1920s itself with a major objective to select for non-shattering. And right now we have all the possible crop improvement approaches we have followed, but the crucial is the varietal improvement and the heterosis breeding. And there are around 27 varieties released all over the India through either CVRC or SVRC, catering to different parts of the India. And the majority of them are wilt resistant because we have very good wilt resistant sources. And we have success story of mutation breeding also. An early maturing variety, Aruna, which was released long back, it has become very successful variety. And we have mutation breeding being used for development of parental lines also, mainly to impart bloom, which gives resistance to leafhopper. And in case of castor hybrids, the major success is the discovery of VP1, the pistillate line. And the second part is the GCH4, release of GCH4 long back, but it is released in 1988. It has ruled more than 20 years as the most important promising hybrid. And later, 2007, GCH7 is the three major milestones in my opinion. And the last 5-6 years, we are able to release very good wilt resistant and leafhopper resistant hybrids, both for irrigated regions and rainfed regions. And in the case of hybrids, the success mainly depends because of its two-line breeding system and very specific season-specific seed production system is standardized, and the maintenance of purity. These are the three crucial issues. And in pistillate line development, of course, we have three different types of pistillate expression: N-type, S-type, and NES type. But if you see the inheritance studies and all, very few work has been done on the basic studies or the inheritance patterns of these N-type and S-type and NES type, though we have a basic understanding that N-type is controlled by recessive gene and S-type by polygenic, and NES type with environmental sensitive ISF gene. And there are several female lines available for heterosis breeding. And then more than 250 are released, are available in our ASRP system. Majority are wilt resistant. But the only caution for female line development is that stable pistillate expression up to the 5th order. This is what we emphasize in our breeding programs. And male lines, even we have more than 1,500 male lines in our ASRP system. Majority are wilt resistant again. And one more, the caution is here is that the male lines should be having 1 or 2 orals at the base with abundant pollen, because we faced a problem with DCS9, which is a very shy pollen type. So the breeders have to be cautioned about this trait. And we have used this single seed descent method also which is most popular in self-pollinate crops. But luckily, we are able to identify a good technology and in single seed development method so that the resources are effectively utilized. And we were able to identify good male lines which are resistant to wilt through this program. And we have a population improvement program also mainly for gray mold resistance. Mainly an intercross has been done about 2 selected parents, CI1 and CI2, which are very good botrytis tolerant lines. They are intercrossed, and then right now the green gene pool material is now under evaluation at different ASRP centers. And we, based on the stagnation of heterosis in our hybrids, we have continued with this program of development of parental line diverse gene pools for parental lines also. And there is a recurrent selection for oil content program which is done at USA. So this has yielded a very good improvement in oil content also. So this is all about the population improvement. And we have a transformation protocol through tissue culture with very meticulous planning. Around more than 400 media combinations were tried, and we are now right now successful with this. And the transformation protocols for implanter method also right now available, so that the multi-gene cassets which are developed for gray mold resistance and even the transgenic events can now be tried through these transformation protocols. So coming to researchable issues, mainly the basic, as I told, the inheritance pattern of sex expression and the applied aspect. So I'll go to the research priorities. So mainly right now the era of hybrids is now fading now. We have to concentrate on short duration genotypes, and then new plant types for high density planting and machine harvesting, and then synchronous maturity and suitable for intercropping. These are the things I think we are now have to shift our priorities, and multiple resistance, of course. And in the case of strategies for enhancing the area and productivity, we have divided the regions based on the productivity levels and the area. So if you see the states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Haryana, which have very good productivity, where in Gujarat there is area is very high, but in Rajasthan, in Haryana, it is very low. So the suitable strategies have been evolved for these. Mainly in Gujarat right now, the parental line diversity and short duration and determinate or monospike plant types are the key. And in case of Telangana, I would like to stress here, and Andhra Pradesh also, main thing is the high yielding wilt and botrytis tolerant hybrids for moisture stress. And there is a scope for area expansion in Rabi. And there is a program I would like to stress here. There are very good perennial types available in Anantapuram region, Chittamudam. There's a success story. So we can revive this as a traditional variety. And these are the key points mainly for the breeding for new and emerging situations like high density intercropping, late kharif or rabi in rain-fed areas. And the basic studies should continue, and there's a scope for CMS. And maintenance breeding always the priority in castor because it has high genotype environment expression. That's all about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First compliment is for keeping the time.
Yeah, thank you.
Second compliment is, if few questions are there, we would like to go with some of the 1 or 2, 3 questions because she completed in time, or we can take them at the end. So thank you, Dr. Lavanya. I think you have focused much of it on at the end, towards the end, you have focused on productivity and then research gaps and how we can address region-wise, agroecology-wise, what are the priorities and all that. Later on, we'll come into the discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So next presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Mukta to present on safflower.
नहीं
Next. Good afternoon. I'll be presenting the roadmap for enhancement of safflower production in the country, most in India. So here, as you know, we have had a declining trend for the area under this crop. But of course, the yield as a result of all the breeding efforts of all our AICRP scientists and our institute itself, we have had an increase in the yield. But the major safflower growing areas in India are confined to Karnataka and Maharashtra. And these are the, for the past 4 years, the area production and yield in the major states. So as you see, we have some erratic trends for the area. Sometimes we have Karnataka first, other times we have Maharashtra. But the yields, of course, are better in Karnataka than Maharashtra. But all India average now around 640. The major constraints in safflower production differ in the traditional and the non-traditional areas. While in the non-traditional areas, basically marketing is the problem. The traditional areas have the major problem of other competitive crops. So to have any intervention for increase in area, we actually need to make this crop more competitive. So here, it is being grown on marginal and poor soils, and the fertilizer application and other pesticide control, even basic operations like thinning, weeding, all those are the basic constraints. Even though after so many years of cultivation, we still try to do FLDs for these sort of operations also. And again, when it is grown under residual moisture, the moisture deficit, drought-like situations, and now in the climate change scenario, we also have failures due to excess moisture with extra rains or untimely rains. Then as safflower is a rain-fed crop, as I told, weather conditions and yield fluctuations. So also there are the social problems, then also which go into, see, the profitability is the major issue. Once that is addressed, many of the other things can go through, because the crop is, of course, wherever people are used to that oil, they still have an affinity for it and they still like to grow it. The shortage of farm labor is again a problem mostly for the small and the middle farmers. The crop is now mostly being harvested through mechanization. So for larger scale growers, it is not an issue at all. And non-availability of improved seed mostly seems to be an issue for all the crops. Then here we need the solution can be also some of the small combined harvesters at village level for harvesting. That can also be something which will solve some of the constraints of safflower production. So I'll be focusing on the research priorities for productivity increase first. And here, if you see, up to now, the breeding of in this crop has led to the release of 42 varieties and 6 hybrids, which are suitable for different agroecological regions. We have many of them identified for all India cultivation. And the seed yield potential in spiny, we have reached around 1700 and non-spiny around 1100. And if you look at the oil content, we have a major jump now. We had earlier varieties A1 and all with 28%. And now recently we have releases of over 35 and even up to 39%. So looking into all this, what can be the approaches for breeding which we now need to follow? The one will be the creation of genetic variability through the secondary and primary gene pools. Then also the identification of genes and QTLs for agronomic traits, then resistance to biotic and abiotic stress. The utilization of mass for faster results. These will be the approaches. And the products which we expect. This high seed yield and oil yield, up to now what we have reached, we need to look at the sustainability for those things. And since all these things are very specific to the agroecological regions where they are grown, again, we need to make them more specific to the areas.
Then short duration is something we are looking for in the non-traditional areas, maybe 20 days earlier than the routine crop, which will be easier for even the soybean fallow and following the soybean or as the rice cultivation. And high oleic acid content, again, some industrial uses will be there. The shelf life increases there. We do have one high oleic variety already released, but we do need to look in for yield improvement in this background also. Another thing which we need to now concentrate on is the dormancy period. Actually, safflower does not have dormancy, and which was considered very advantageous. But of course, since it's a Rabi crop, there we have sufficient time for any breakage of dormancy also. But now we do have untimely rains in February and all during maturity. And we find lots of losses due to just germination of the seed in the head. So this is one thing which researchers need to look into. We do have 1 or 2 germplasm lines with this trait which can be confirmed and then used. Coming to germplasm, we have more than 7,000 accessions, and we have lots of trait-specific accessions identified under multi-location testing. Then we have disease and pest resistance also. But what we look for now is agronomic traits, the water use efficiency, the nutrient use efficiency. Then if you look at the abiotic traits, the salinity tolerance, drought tolerance. Then biotic, we have already some sources of disease and pest tolerance. What we need to look for is the multiple disease tolerance. We do have programs which have started and which need to be really hastened so that we can have these things in place. And recently we had a change in the criteria for promotion of entries. So we have added pest and disease also as the criteria. So here onwards, the varieties which we get will have all these things built in. So the basic breeding material for this, it can be derived from these germplasm sources. Then looking at the biochemical traits, fatty acid variability, we do have the high oleic lines which can be used for many of the high oil lines are also there, which have high oleic acid also. And tocopherol is another important component which we need to look in for the antioxidant content. Coming to wild species, we still need to look at the trait-specific accessions in wild species so that we can go in for pre-breeding and genetic enhancement through this route. Molecular markers, again, for diversity assessment, as well as the identification of duplicates, since we have more than 7,000 accessions, and we do feel some duplicates are there. We do have the core set and the subcore set, which the breeders are using. This will also be helpful. Looking at the alternate uses, basically the vegetable, the ornamental, and the herbal purpose. Earlier, we used to feel that for medicinal purpose, for the petals, we need non-spiny varieties. But now if you, and which do have a yield penalty. So now if you look at we do have in the germplasm certain accessions which are with bold capitula. In that case, with 5 to 7 capitula, you can get enough petal yield as you will get for collection of the whole plant. So, and in the very nice dark background, orange background also. So these are the things which we need to look. We have some accessions which in the rosette have so many leaves. So maybe as the vegetable type, they can be used. In crop production, we've been developing the technologies agroecological zone specific, but still now we are looking towards cropping system basis everything. So here efficient management of nutrition and soil moisture, and then strip cropping with other rain-fed rabi crops, taking into consideration that we will also need the mechanical harvesting at the end of it. And also low-cost technologies for improvement of input use efficiency. In the case of biotic stresses pathology, we need to continue with the survey and surveillance as we have been doing through the years, mostly to monitor the pathogen shifts as well as the occurrence of new diseases. Then we also are planning for the foliar disease for forewarning models, especially for the expert advisories. Then the IDM modules and the assessment and understanding of the changes in genetic structure of pathogen also needs to be taken care in view of the climate change. In case of entomology, we have again, we need to still go ahead with the survey and surveillance for monitoring pest shift and the impact of climate change. Then host plant resistance and DNA markers for identification of resistant sources. Then artificial intelligence for easy identification of pests, and standardization of insecticide formulation and dosages for drone applications. Now looking into the priorities for increase in production. So what are the interventions which we need for increasing production? Mostly safflower, if you look, contract farming, buyback policies, or other FPO like organization, these are the things now we need, because isolated small farmers, again, marketing, other issues are also coming. And like I earlier also told, the availability of small combined harvesters at village level will also help towards increasing area for this crop. Then another intervention can be the provision for 1 or 2 protective irrigations through farm ponds, and timely availability of improved seed, of course, is a basic requirement, and these can be taken care through the seed village or seed hub program. The effective transfer of improved technology, this is a major hurdle. Actually, we have many technologies which should come out of our books now, and we need large scale field on block demonstrations. And in fact, seed is one thing which once multiplied, at least it can go through, but other technologies concerning agronomy and all, now all the states are putting them in the state POPs so that we can go ahead and take the advantage from those developed technologies. Cluster FLDs and farmers rallies, these are also the initiatives which are already in place but need to be continued. Then promotion of small units of safflower oil extraction through honey or cold press. Time is up, huh? Can't see it there. Okay. Then value addition. Of course, like I told earlier, we really need to look at profitability for this crop. It's a useful crop and we should not lose touch with it. People who are, all the health benefits are there for it. So that can be done either through increasing the competitiveness through use of petals. We have now Ayush and so many other initiatives. In fact, farmers, some of our entrepreneur farmers, they have taken the petals and even exported them to Germany and all. So we need to look at it at a larger scale, that's all. Then even cake, we need to find other uses for it. So like I told, the primary product oil, once it is produced, a healthy oil, it can be easily marketed. Now the organic labeling is also happening for it. Then we have the seed meal, which will be animal feed and or manure. And we have also the product now, as yesterday presented, the protein hydrolysates, which can really go into the market. And we can also plan for organic honey as well as petal production, like I told, for tea, which is very good for many medicinal uses. So the potential area for expansion can be the saline. This is somewhat saline tolerant crop, and we are also looking at germplasm, which the good material for growing in saline tracts. So we have Gujarat, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, which can be targeted for non-traditional areas. Then we have the saline tracts of the traditional areas also. Like I told, rice fallows is another potential area for expansion. This is the important, to sum up, there's some important interventions. Then the supply of good quality seeds through seed hubs. Then the popularization of technologies through cluster demonstrations. Enforcement of MSP is also must. Then promotion of mechanization, promotion of village level oil extraction units, and development of marketing facilities in non-traditional areas. And the basic thing is for any roadmap, first of all, we need to look at the profitability of the crop. So for that, now with climate change, we need to re-examine the package of practices. Then for all these things, cropping system approaches are required. Also the multidisciplinary approach for addressing all these problems. The decision support systems need to be in place for the planner as well as the grower. And the area expansion also can be guided by the GIS approaches. So that's all I wish to say. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukta. Very lucid presentation on priorities and research gaps, and also extension gap and value addition, focusing on value addition and scope for that. But this crop, of course, has a lot of potential yet to be realized, both in terms of research as well as extension, and only confined to two states and then potential for another 2 states. And unless you rightly pointed out, pre-breeding and increasing the genetic diversity or innovative breeding approaches, which can really enhance the productivity levels per se. Of course, J-into interactions will be there based on the marginal cultivation and other factors, but definitely the genetic gains would definitely encourage farmers to go for more profitable cultivation of safflower. That's what I personally feel, but we'll discuss again these issues at some point of time. I would like to now go ahead with the next presentation by Dr. Shankar Gaud on sunflower improvement in India, achievements and prospects. Shankar Gaud. Presentation. Upload किए हैं इसमें हाँ అలాగే actually in the morning is no open here. It's not. Let's see. So I'm not specific. Morning is no open here. Okay, कर सकते हैं. In case of any issue, we can resolve it and then come back for the presentation.
Actually, some system problem is there.
Uh-huh.
You can call the next speaker.
Next speaker?
By that time you'll rectify.
Yeah. In the meantime, to kindly check the system and then come up with an alternative presentation. I invite Dr. Ratna Kumar to make a presentation on linseed strategies for productivity enhancement and biofortification. Dr. Ratna Kumar, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is on strategies for productivity enhancement and biofortification in linseed. So all of us know it is an indigenous domestic crop of our country. And once upon a time, it was having around 17 to 18 lakh hectare. Now it has come down to only 2 lakh hectare. Reasons are many, not only across the country, across the globe. So just I wanted to show how it has come down. So from 75 lakh hectares, 7 million hectares across the globe, it has come down to 32 lakh hectares, around 50% reduction across the globe. And whereas in India, from 18 lakh hectares, it has come down to 2 lakh hectares. So drastic reduction in the crop. And production wise, if you see in the globe, across the globe, it is 30 lakh tons, and production remained with a reduction of more than 45-50% area because of the productivity enhancement. And whereas in case of India, the production is increased substantially because of the increase in the productivity. So the next graph shows us how the productivity enhancement across the globe was 2 times over a period of around 50 years. And whereas in case of India, it was from 223 to 693, 3 times increase. So the increase has come only during the last 10 years, whereas it remained up to 400 kg till 2019-10. So definitely varieties have played a greater role in increase in the productivity. There are reasons, many reasons are there for decline in the area of the linseed. One is the synthetic paints and varnishes. Earlier, the linseed oil was used mainly as an industrial oil, especially in the paints and varnishes. It has got the capacity to hold the different colors for a long period of time. But synthetic paints and varnishes has eliminated the role of linseed oil, excepting for some of the linoleum or oil paints. And then the second one is Canada was a larger country which grew the flax seeds, but because of the GM seeds found in the Canadian lots, the most largest consumer, the Europe, has ejected the lots, and then Canada lost its ground in producing more flax seeds. And third one is, and this is more applicable to India and also across the globe, the price and also the competing alternate crops. It's a rabi crop, and so chickpea and other vegetable crops and wheat. These are all the competing crops, and automatically flax seeds are the linseeds which have low price and low demand, has got the reduction in the area, and farmers prefer to grow the other crops. So these are all only very few countries. Kazakhstan is the only major country having a larger area, followed by Russia and Canada and China, and India with 2.11 lakh hectares. And of course, USA is also having 2 lakh hectares with a production of around 2.5 lakh tons. So what about, so under these circumstances, what is the opportunity for the crop? Can this crop survive? We have ACRPs with the 14 different centers located around 18 states. And also we have other test centers also. So what is the scope for the crop? And it is anybody's question. Mostly the linseed is used for 80% of oil, for its oil, and 20% for its seed, either whole or milled. So this 80% oil is also used not under industry, but it is used in the food uses. The global market is in, let us forget about all the figures, that is the market projection, but the growth rate is around 5% for the oil. And also raw linseed oil used in the interiors or fine arts, that is also increasing, and food applications are also increasing. This flax seed market is both in the domestic and also in international market is increasing at a rate of 6 to 7% growth. So this is about the regional analysis of the latest regional analysis, which are all the countries which are consuming more, where we have India have the opportunity. So the South America and North America, you can see they have the major consumers. Of course, they produce little, but consumption is more, followed by Europe, and then Middle East, and then Asia Pacific, And Asia Pacific is also one of the region which includes India also. Then Middle East and African countries, they are all of little consumers, or the business is having very little value in these countries. A small amount is being used. The shift in the crop, the opportunity for this crop is a shift in the industrial value to the food applications and also in the cattle feed. So you can see the segment-wise usage of the linseed oil and seeds. So dairy and bakery and cereals in the food uses, or the dairy as an animal feed, not only as an oil seed cake, because of this oil, all of us know that it contains omega-3 or the alpha-linoleic acid, so which has got more health and also and the energy values for the animals and also for the human beings in regulating cardiovascular diseases and blood pressure and other associated health benefits. So the crop has turned into be more of a food crop, a food oil crop, rather than an industrial oil crop, what it was perceived long before. And even in beverages, as an emulsifiers, they are all used. So this food sector is having around, say, 30%, and dairy 38%. Almost 70-75% is used as in the food value, and the other thing, other poultry feeds and other meat and fish and cattle feed and fish feeds. So small value. And soya products also, it is being used. It is also blended with other oils also. So it's again turning into a food value crop rather than an industrial oil crop, what it was suggested. So why there is a surge in the demand? Because of its wholesomeness in the nutrient content, right from the oil, protein, carbohydrates, and then minerals. And we have high potassium, which regulates the rather than sodium, regulates the blood pressure, and tocopherol, an antioxidant, and a very specific lignan, that is SDG, which is having the anti-cancerous property. So wholesomeness of the seed as well as the oil promotes the crop as a food crop across the globe. So productivity enhancement, what are all the key areas? If you see, this is the latest figure of the country. Madhya Pradesh holds the largest area, almost 1 lakh hectare. And the productivity is also comparatively higher. So with the larger area of 1 lakh hectare, and further any enhancement in the productivity, even for 100 kg per acre or 250 kg per hectare, will definitely increase the overall production and value for the crop. And similarly, Uttar Pradesh and Jharkhand and Bihar, these are all other states which are having the highest productivity, whereas Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra and Himachal, of course, is a very negligible area. So these are all the 2 states where we can look for. It gives an opportunity and challenge for the linseed workers to look into the areas where we need to address and for increasing the productivity. And any incremental values in the productivity definitely will increase the overall production, and the surplus will go into the export market. And productivity, this is an overview. So how far we have done in the past. So I just divided the crop notified from 1975. Totally 93 varieties are there from 1975 to till now. And out of this 33, first 25 years, 75 to 2000, and the rest of the 25 years, I have classified and just found out to have an overlook on how far we have increased the productivity. So if in case of rainfed, it is only around 400 to 600. And in the case of irrigated conditions, of course, 1,700 to 2,500 to around 2 tons per hectare. We had in the varieties which have been released in the last, say, 30-35 years before. And if you see, the yield increment was not concomitant with the advancement in the science in the linseed, and also in the breeding, and also in the management strategies. So under Utrera conditions also, you have only 400 to 600 hectares kg per hectare. So there is a lot of scope to address the Utrera conditions through management and also through varietal. I mostly see the productivity enhancement, although this crop is a rabi crop, which requires less water. A lot of management practices have already been worked out. So we have management practices right from weedicide, management of weeds, onto the nutrients, everything has been worked out. So somewhere we are not right onto the direction in improving the productivity of the crop. So in the rest of the last 25 years, from 2000 to 2022, we see there is a yield increment is only minimal. And then similarly for the oil content, if at all for this crop, if you pinpoint prioritize our key traits. So one is seed yield, and like in any other crop, and second one is the oil content. Third one is the omega-3 or the alpha linoleic acid. These are all the three areas. Oil content, if you see in the first 25 years, the lowest value deviant is only 39, but somewhere 40 to 45% oil content were there up to 2000 in our varieties. But gradually, if you see, the oil content has come down not only in the lowest value, but in the range of varieties which had oil content is only around or less than 40%. So gradually we are also losing oil content, which is very serious concern. So there is an immediate need to increase the oil content of these varieties. So the key indicators, these are all the things. So scope for yield improvement under rainfed condition, and then under irrigated condition, because the productivity is already high in the varieties. So harnessing the potential yields through agronomic management, especially on the fertigation and also on the irrigation water. Whereas under irrigation, Utira is a matter of concern for all of us because the yield has not improved over 30-40 years. So we are also working out under HRP, the genetic gains that we are going to have. So these are all the areas for biofortification. As of now, we have reduced the omega-3 content to be used as a edible grade oil and to be used as a blend. But whereas the biofortification has not really taken up because we have not identified specific varieties. So although several products are there, fortified varieties are there, we need to still focus on the identification right varieties having the right nutrient contents. So we need to identify and prioritize both the traits as well as the donors. So for oil content, as I said, we are losing grounds on the level of oil and high omega-3. There are very few varieties are available. So we need to focus on all other important areas, lignans, where we have the potential for export. So we need to prioritize our traits. We have also from our own native accessions, we have around more than 48% oil content need to be deployed in the breeding program. And then the seed increase in the seed number and size, and then agronomic management. These three are the key areas which will definitely cost, because average seed size in linseed is around 6 to 7 grams per 1,000 seed. So there is a scope for increasing the seed size. Like a groundnut in 100 years, the yield improvement had come from majorly from increase in the seed size rather than from the number of pods. So here also, if the 6 to 7 grams seed size can be still further increased, we have varieties having more than 10 grams also. And also the number of seeds per capsule, usually 10 should be there, but it is having, the lower capsules are having more number of seeds, but whereas in the higher capsules on the higher side, it is having only 5 to 6. So we are losing grounds on that also. So this can be modulated only through synchronous flowering, and then the short flowering duration, identifying genotypes of having this. These are all the traits that we need to look for, and seed rate and spacing. So we use a high seed rate for in the linseed. The population density also due to interplant competition reduces the number of seeds and seed weight. So we need to address that issue also through sulfur and boron nutrients for seed filling and oil content. And it's, of course, it's a C3 plant, and we need to look into a different manner, because partitioning is poor in C3 crop, like any other self-pollen crop, like olive crop, like groundnut. Here also we need to modulate the biomass and come out with the suitable strategies. So this is all from my side, sir. Thank you very much.
I think it was an excellent presentation covering the good trend analysis also vis-a-vis global versus Indian scenario on various aspects, including research, development, and biofortification. Many takeaway points are there from your presentations, and you have put in a lot of efforts to assemble the data, I think. But it's another story of a healthy oil seeds, but not so healthy trend in terms of productivity, in terms of area, in terms of oil percentages. A lot of potential unrealized. So we need to really dwell on the priorities and way forward, especially the last slide sums up, wherein we need to concentrate on breeding efforts for yield contributing characters, coupling with the agronomy, especially in those agroecologies in the rice ecosystems. Then only we make it profitable to the crop. So much value addition, so much traits which are internationally wanted. But again, there is a lot of potential which is yet to be realized. I think I have told many points because his presentation was so lucid, I could gather some of these points. Thank you very much, Dr. Ratnakumar. Now I invite Dr. Shankar Gaud, if you are ready with your presentation. Yeah, please come. He will be presenting on the sunflower improvement in India, achievements and prospects.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know this, the system has accepted all the oilseed crops except sunflower. I guess they have given a remote to me because area has been drastically reduced now. Anyway, we will discuss the crop is very important. So the topic given to me is sunflower improvement in India, achievements and prospect is a big topic. The time is very limited. I will take up this topic and present in two headings: the saga of sunflower in India, that is the journey of sunflower in India, then strategies to achieve the production in sunflower. Before going to sunflower, you see the total realistic figures of the total oil seeds crops in India from 1951 to 2021, 60 years picture. So why I have taken this figure is 1950s is 6.7 lakh hectares. My focal point is in 1980 and 1990, it went up to 20 lakh hectares. What may be the reason for this? This is mainly because of the technology mission on oilseeds imposition. Even the production is also increased 13 to 21 lakh hectares. We leave apart the yield productivity. So 2020, 28 lakh hectares, 36 lakh hectares of production. But it is an increasing trend, though it looks stagnant, increasing trend, but there is a demand for oil, for edible oil. Why? If you see the per capita consumption of the oil in the world, in India, it is 3 to 3.8 in 1950 to 60, and 2017 to 21, 19 to 20 kgs. Because of the demand, though we have so much production, we are unable to give so much edible oil. Therefore, they have gone for the import of oils. If you see the import, India is the largest importer of oil, edible oil in the world. In comparison, you take 4 years of the oil seed production, 2017 to 21, it is 8.37 million tons edible oil, but the total consumption is 22.67. What is the deficit is 14 lakh tons, million tons, 14 million tons. Therefore, they have imported 14.52 million tons edible oil. Considering the only sunflower, that is total oil seeds, this is the sunflower. The edible oil is now what we are importing, 1.75 lakh to 2 lakhs per month. Per month we are importing. So import of edible oil by India from 1980 to 2021-22, up-to-date figure I taken, 10 years average. The red color as given is the dangerous situation for the cultivation of sunflower in our country. See, 1980, 1990, what was how much we were importing? I remember in 1887, 88, there was a bombardment for, we are spending 20,000 crores ex-acre for the edible oil import. Therefore, the technology mission was initiated to have a self-sufficient in oilseed production and edible oil in the country. So what happens in 2010 and 20, it went up to 60,000 crores. In many conference workshops, we used to ask why that so much improvement in the so much ex-acre loss for India by making 60,000 crores. Now what happened in 2021? Again, it went up to 82,000 crores. Now, if you see up to November, it is 1,57,000 crores. This is the amount we are spending on the exchequer. Now, coming to the total sunflower, what was the journey of the sunflower in the country? See, 1970 to 80, it was 1.91 lakh. And 1980 to 1990, it is 8.12 lakh. Again, this is the technology TMO effect, technology mission effect. The production was 3.5. After that, by increasing MSP rates, it went up to 19 and 19 lakh hectares and 10 lakh tons of production. What my point is, that is a stagnant. After that, it is again a stagnant. This is mainly because of the intervention of the technical input by the technology mission and oil seeds. See, if you see the figures of 2021, last two table, area is hardly 2.26 lakh hectares. Now where we are, right from 19, you can say somebody will quote for 21 because it is a 10 years average, you may get that figure. Maximum is 21 lakh hectares. But if you see now it is only 2 lakhs. So that means we have totally gone down in the sunflower area and production. If you see the sunflower from 1918 to 2021, area was 4 lakh hectares, 1919 to 2021, it is totally stagnant. This is a very important point, even in the area and production. And if you see the annual MSP, why it was increased area means in 86-87, earlier the rate was 600, what I remembered, 87-88, 600 rupees per quintal. Right now, right in 86-87, it went to 1,000 rupees. The area has increased. See 1.59 to 1.12, what I presented last time. Now the MSP is 6,000 rupees. Already we have noticed that 6,000 rupees, there is huge and cry for seeds now from the farmer side. Can we meet this much quantity in the future? That is a challenging one. Then what are the strategies to improve the area and production for sunflower and the roadmap for increasing the production? Identification of potential states, area expansion. I taken only important points, improving the productivity, technological revision or modification, reinforcement, proper seed production plan, crop-wise technical consultant and experts identification, identifying more efficient processing sources for oil extraction, MSP-based procurement and timely marketing. States need to be identified for intercropping, new avenues and non-traditional areas. And again, the public-private partnership mode seed production need to be encouraged. Strengthening the post-harvest management, that is storage and processing. What are the potential areas? I taken a very brief, I will not take much time. See, Karnataka was the leading, that is, right now it is 2.4 lakh hectares. If you see the note, 87-88, it went up to 14 lakh hectares. Karnataka is #1 state for the area sun production. Now it is only 1.5 lakh present situation. This means to say, what are the next state? Maharashtra followed by Andhra Pradesh. Again, Orissa and West Bengal, Bihar, these are the non-traditional states, but oil yield per hectare will be higher. We need to encourage the non-traditional oil states also. Then what is the area expansion? So extending the crop to non-traditional areas, especially West Bengal, Bihar and Odisha, because more than 1,200 kgs per hectare is the average productivity. What are the new avenues? Cultivation in rice or paddy fallows. Many speakers have spoken on these aspects also. Intercropping with groundnut 1:5, pigeon pea 2:1, soybean 1:2, chickpea 1:4, even with millets. These are the very practical intercropping system. Anything you have to implement, this is a better, we'll go for that. Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Eastern India, Northeastern region are potential state for intercropping. Crop diversification, that is alternative cropping system, crop rotation, then the potential state or districts. These are also very important. We need to target the states or the districts for the area and production. Karnataka, these are the very popular districts for sunflower. Telangana, Warangal, Maharashtra, Marathwada region, West Bengal, Bankura, Midnapur, Bihar, Kosi, and Odisha, Kalandi. Then improving the productivity. Many speakers are taken, we need to have a good technology. Now sunflower, we don't want any technology. Already we have established data in the ASRP system, IAOR. Hybrids, we have more than 10 varieties are there in the public sector and including universities, and more than 15 hybrids in the private sector, encouraging the early duration varieties in North America. This is a technology from the breeding point of view. Then technologies developed under ASRP system can be used as a technology data bank. This is very important. What happened to our TMO technologies? They are in the documents only. We need to take out and revise and modify and implement. That is the only thing. Then improved agronomic pest and disease management, other technologies already developed during TMO. It can be revised and implemented if we have any new biotic factors of new viral diseases. Then precision and soil test-based nutrient management, macro or micronutrients, can give 20% higher yield. Seed treatment with biofertilizers, azospirillum or azotobacter can save 50% of the recommended nitrogen application. This is the important technology we have taken. Seed treatment with phosphorus soluble in bacteria with 5 tons of FIM per hectare in soybean sunflower cropping system in verticals and save 50% P in Marathwada region. Then sunflower chickpea sequence in North part Karnataka to be encouraged. Soil and moisture management technologies that is ridges and furrows method in black soils. Whenever we get heavy rainfall, sunflower is very sensitive. To drain out the water, we need this technology. This is following in Karnataka and many other states. Then paired row cultivation in rainfed system. Irrigation at critical stage is very important before flowering at the time of seed or grain filling. Then proper seed production plans. What we plan is proper planning seed requirements, timely production. This is very important. We need to target this for the breeder foundation and certified seed. The seed chain is very important. That we are really, it has failed in our system very recently. Seed chain has to be maintained. Breeder to foundation, foundation to certified. It has to go in a continuous chain. If it breaks anywhere, the system will collapse. Then fixing the procurement price for the certified seeds, not for the commercial. I'm telling of the certified seeds. Already in Karnataka in 2021-22, then the seed negotiated from the private companies and the public sector was, it was 200 rupees last year. Now it has went up to 660 rupees per kg. From private companies, 500 to 994. This is the increments we have taken drastically from the Karnataka side. State and district-wise target need to be fixed for seed production. This is very important. Otherwise, we cannot achieve area and production. Involvement of private seed industries in rapid multiplication of quality seeds. Then crop-wise technical consultant where experts need to be identified. Identifying more efficient processing source of oil extraction. Otherwise, we are losing a lot of oil in the oil cake. MSP-based procurement of and timely marketing. States need to be identified for intercropping and new avenues and non-traditional areas. Public-private sector partnership mode of seed production need to be encouraged. Strengthen the post-harvest management, storage and processing. Then what are the constraints in sunflower? Mainly rainfall, 80% is rainfall in sunflower in Karnataka. Unavailability of quality seeds on time, that is weak seed chain. Pest and disease, especially necrosis, powdery mildew, and alternate leaf blight. Rains during flowering affect the grain filling. In the present situation, only a limited number of private seed companies are involved in seed production, which has reduced the sunflower cultivation. Then policy issues, incentive to farmers, seed producers above MSP on a competitive price. Why I'm telling this competitive price is, when the MSP was 2,500, private seed industries have given 500 rupees extra at the rate of 4,000. That need to be repeated now. Then reduction in the import volume. This is very important. Higher production boosts utilization of domestic processing capacity and modernized crushing and solvent extraction units. Encouraging the domestic oil industries. Encouraging the final support to the oil industries. State or district-wise plans for increasing the area production, fixing the seed production targets. Then crop-wise consultants need to be identified, action plan. So this is all about what I want to present. Finally, I will conclude that by following all the strategies and the action points for technologies, if we implement in toto, definitely we increase the area and production in sunflower. Finally, I thank the organizers, Dr. Sujata Madam, Dr. Dinesh, for inviting me to share some of my experiences in the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a very excellent presentation on
Thank you,
giving
sir.
a historical perspective of sunflower and also some of the trends in its productivity. And then you have more emphasized on the agronomy and simple best practices, which can make a lot of difference in terms of productivity and increasing the profitability of sunflower. We'll take questions later, sir. So
Okay.
now, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So I invite now Dr. Rajani Bisel, Project Coordinator, PC Unit Sesame Niger from Jabalpur. She will be presenting on status of Sesame and Niger improvement in India.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I know this is the lunch time, but I won't take much time. Just give a brief information regarding the status of Sesame and Niger improvement in the country. Why we need to take sesame? Like earlier, it was considered as an orphan crop or underutilized crop, but now it is gaining importance just because it is like groundnut and sesame are the two crops which are accounting for 80% of the export in the country. So why sesame is such an important crop? And the basic thing is like it contains around 50% oil and 23 to 24% protein and 15% carbohydrates with presence of antioxidants, sesamin and sesmolin. Important thing is that it is grown by the small and marginal farmers with no or minimal inputs. They just throw it and then go for harvesting the crop. It can be cultivated round the year. It is drought tolerant and requires around 450 to 600 millimeter of rainfall. A total of 106 varieties are released till date and 30 are in the seed chain. Basically, it is very uniform lustrous. The preferred one is white seeded and black seeded one. Maximum like groundnut and sesame account for 80% of the export. The health benefits of sesame seed: it facilitates digestion, makes heart healthy, inflammation, reduces inflammation, hypertension, protects from radiations, and then helps in managing diabetes, prevents cancer, and facilitates hair and skin care. The nutritive value: it is a healthy oil, proteins are there, lignans are there, vitamins B group and E are there. Very high source of maximum calcium is available in this crop seed, packed with potent amino acids, tryptophan and fat burning polyphenols. This is the export of sesame seed. The top countries which are contributing for the export, that is USA and Korea, and the top sesame oil is Mexico and USA. Top 10 countries in the sesame trade, in which we can see India also contributing around 14% in case of production share. Then in case of export share, it's 18%. And then in import share, it's 8%. This is the contribution of the different states in area and production in case of sesame, in which we can see Madhya Pradesh is having the maximum area, followed by Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan and West Bengal, then Gujarat. And then in case of production also, MP is having the maximum share, followed by Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. This is the trend of area production and productivity of for last 25 years, and we can see that there is reduction in the area. Overall, if we are saying there is little bit reduction in the area, but there is increase in the production and productivity. If we compare for last 10 years, then we can see that there is reduction in the area for 10.27%. Along with production, last 10 years, this is the data, 5.27%, and productivity, there is increase of around 5.74%. This is the breeder seed production. Total indent was 529 for the last 40 years, and production is 874.9 quintals. Total 106 varieties are released, in which the maximum varieties are released from Odisha, followed by Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. And mostly the varieties are developed through pure line selection, pedigree, or mutation breeding. This is the status, total 9,840 accessions are there in our NBPGR. And status of International Gene Bank also around. South Korea, we have around 7,600, China 7,000, Kenya 1,300, and Venezuela is 1,250. Exploration started in 1925. Then total 4,170 accessions were collected from 23 states. These are the trait-specific materials which we need to introduce in our country from different countries. These are the traits which are the desired traits for variability. Seed characters include the large or medium large size seeds, then leaves to be medium to broad, stem, short internodes, determinate type is required, full seed set. And in physiological characters, we need photo and thermo-insensitive, higher nutrient uptake and resistant to waterlogging and drought is required, with uniform maturity, which is the most important thing because we don't have synchronous maturity. And resistance against the major diseases is Macrophomina and Phyllodes, and followed by Phytophthora and Alternaria and Cercospora. These are the desirable traits which we need to introgress in our cultivated types from the wild types, which are having resistance to waterlogging, having resistance against Antigastra, drought, non-shattering types. So these are some of the wild species which are collected from our Tamil Nadu and southern part: Alatum, Malabaricum, Radiatum, Prostratum. These are the promising lines which have been identified during past 40 years. The major achievements: we had last 3 years we did the screening of the wild species 220, and out of which only 5 were there which were found to be resistant to dry root rot disease. Others were susceptible to Phyllodes. We have identified resistant donors for Macrophomina. This we conducted one trial. I'm running late. For 40 years, we did the coordinated trials analysis. In this, the national productivity of sesame vis-a-vis the potential yield which we have obtained in the coordinated trials for the varieties, and the gap which we have observed. We have the potential of around 724 and 700 in the varieties, and then in case of IVT, AVT, this is the AVT trials, the total from 1982 to 2022. This is the trend which is observed, in which we are having maximum yield gain during a gap during this 1991 to 2000. This is the Rabi summer trials, in which the IVT we could get the potential yield of around 1040 also, and in AVT we got around 882. The idiotype which we need to develop in sesame: synchronous maturity, short duration, shy branching, moderate to good branching, then reduction of chaffy seeds, moderate to high harvest index, then oil content above 50%, and photo and thermo insensitive types. These are the future strategies like genetic resource management and pre-breeding for genetic enhancement and utilization of trait specific accessions. Then development of high yielding like we have around 1 ton per hectare variety, potential yields are there, but thus national productivity is very low. It's around 442. So we need to develop high yielding varieties which are suitable for different agroclimatic regions. Then short duration for summer and Rabi summer seasons. Then we have one DBT funded project in which we did the phenotyping of 6,500 sesame accessions for 36 descriptors. And then we now we have come out with 720 accessions in the core set. These are the promising accessions. Variability. Why Niger? Niger is an oilseed crop which is cultivated in Ethiopia and India. And this is the crop which can be grown on waterlogged soils where most of the oilseeds crop cannot be grown, and contributes to soil conservation, land rehabilitation, and use as a biofertilizer also. This is the crop which is known as orphan crop and mostly grown on the undulated lands with negligible inputs, and it gives good yield under low soil fertility. Like the health benefits, like it is good for heart skill care, speeds up healing and reduces inflammation. Oil can also be used as a ghee substitute for ghee and olive oil, and it is used as admixture with linseed oil and adulterant for rapeseed and sesame oil. Whole plant can be used as green manure, and plants are also used as a bee plant. In this, we can see that there is, like last 25 years, there is a reduction in area, production and productivity, an increase in 27% productivity. But when we go with the last 10 years data, there is a reduction in yield, production, as well as in the productivity. 26 varieties have been released. The major problems in Niger seed production are low productivity, which may be due to self-incompatibility, the non-availability of quality seed cultivated on hilly and undulated lands as an orphan crop. Lodging is an issue if we are giving optimum fertilization due to hollow stem. Then inadequate isolation, low harvest index, indeterminate growth habit, and Cuscuta weed is a problem. The Niger plant idiotype, which we dwarf type having better seed set, and different plant types like short duration and long duration for apiary and agrotourism, less internodal space, more number of branches, higher number of seeds per capitula, and moderate to high harvest index and high seed yield, around 1 ton per hectare. And oil content, if there is around 35 to 37% oil, if we increase by 4 to 5%, then we can get. These are the technologies which have been developed. The constraints like low productivity, narrow genetic base, low harvest index, indeterminate growth habit, continuous flowering and non-synchronous ripening, non-recovery or realization of the complete seed yield due to shattering, self-incompatibility, inadequate presence of insect pollinators, and high susceptibility to Cuscuta. These are the future needs. Like collection, basically the earlier correction which was done, it's mainly from the roadside to from its place of origin, and then evolution and enhanced utilization of germplasm and characterization through phenotypic and GBS methods, broadening the genetic base through pre-breeding and identification of replicates, development of core set, high yielding varieties, identification of resistant sources against major diseases, horizontal expansion. This is the 4-decade study where there is potential yield of 562. Honey, like this is the crop in which if we go for honey bee apiary also, then there is increase in up to 15 to 20% of yield, as well as the honey is produced. Then we have a DBT funded project on Niger, exploitation of genetic and genomic resources for improvement of Niger through breeding and biotechnological tools. The objectives are there to characterize the complete set, develop core set, broaden the genetic base through augmentation and pre-breeding, develop homozygous lines, and to characterize 150 to 200 diverse genotypes representing the entire variability. In this, we have done the phenotypic work, and then a total of 3,524 accessions were characterized and phenotyped. And then out of which 322 accessions have been identified at core set. Thanks.
Thanks, thank you. Mic is not working. So, okay, thank you for your good presentation. And you are emphasized mostly on pre-breeding and broadening the genetic base and enhancing the productivity, bridging the productivity potential, how best we can take through the genetic route. And of course, you have covered a trend analysis of the ACRP trials, how we are faring in terms of yield, productivity and all. Thank you very much for your efforts. We'll now have the last presentation on marker-assisted selection in oilseed crops by Dr. Kadirvel. Dr. Kadirvel, if you can complete in 10 minutes, we'll give you two more claps.
I hope you won't be cursing me to hold you here at this lunch hour. But anyway, sir, so this topic is about using a new breeding technology to improve the productivity of the niche oilseed crops like sunflower, safflower, castor, linseed, and Niger. And I know these crops are contribute only 10% to the overall production, but still the productivity is a key factor, needs to be improved with the new technologies. And these are the breeders face. The problem is complexities in the issues that the breeders problem. To address this, the technology like markers are important. So we are moving into developing a fast-track breeding system so that we can combine multiple traits in the product. So that's where we are emphasizing. And this is about the theory, but still just want to briefly tell that these are the important components of a molecular breeding process, where we need genetic resources, mapping strategies, markers, and so on. And also we should have a very excellent classical breeding program to integrate these tools. And this is how we assess how much the progress that we made in these crops in terms of resources, genetic resources, genome information, mapped information about genes and QTLs, and actually how many genes that we know to use in breeding and how many cultivars that were improved using these information. So then I will go into the crop-wise information. So what we have done, sunflower is globally important crop. A lot of information is available. As you see, the genes have been mapped, the traits I have listed, QTLs have been mapped, and the publications also I have highlighted. Genome sequence is also available. And these are the important studies for your view. And you see there is a paper which discusses about the markers that are actually used in breeding for some traits. These are the traits, downy mildew, sclerotia, all those traits what I've listed. At least in the Indian context, we can see the genes that are identified for downy mildew resistant in the US, how far that will be relevant to our situation that can be tested. To my knowledge, it is not, that information is missing. Probably that can be our focus. And now I'll move on to safflower. Safflower is also, some information is coming up. Very recently, the genome sequence has been published from the China. Indian group is also working on from our support from DBT. So we will certainly have good sequence information for developing markers. Of course, we already have a lot of information about different kind of markers like SSRs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, and we are also developing from our institute under a DBT project. So